The first thing I felt was the cold steel of the truck bed against my cheek, and the second was the suffocating scent of pine and male sweat. My head throbbed, a drumbeat of pure agony synced with the vehicle's jolting movement over rough terrain. "Where? She's waking up," a gruff voice said, too close. The sound of a lighter flicking open, the acrid smell of cigarette smoke cutting through the pine. "So, she can't do anything. Cuffs are silver-lined, she's just cargo." This voice was colder, flatter. It held a finality that made my stomach clench. Cargo, the word sliced through the fog. Memory returned in a sickening rush. My stepmother's smile, sharp as broken glass. The sweet, cloying tea, the world going dark, and her final, whispered words. "A useful end for a useless girl. The Blood Moon Pack pays well for pretty, broken things." They'd sold me. Faith had actually sold me. I kept my eyes shut, my breathing even, playing unconscious. The scars on my back, hidden beneath my thin shirt, seemed to pulse with a phantom heat. Don't let them see. Don't let anyone see. That was the rule. The only rule that had kept me alive in that house. "How much further to the border?" gruff voice asked. 10 minutes. Then she's the Blood Moon Pack's problem. Alpha Jaxon likes his acquisitions delivered on time. Jaxon. The name was a curse among the lesser packs. The Alpha of Blood Moon was notorious for his cruelty, for collecting people with unique traits like trinkets. My unique trait, apparently, was being my stepmother's burden. But they didn't know about the other thing. The scars. The reason for the scars. No one knew. I'd made sure of that. The truck slowed, then crunched to a halt on gravel. Doors opened and slammed. I braced myself. Rough hands grabbed my ankles and yanked. I hit the ground with a grunt, the impact jarring my teeth. I couldn't keep up the act anymore. My eyes flew open. I was in a clearing, surrounded by towering, ancient pines that blocked most of the moonlight. 2 hulking werewolves, my captors, loomed over me. Beyond them, 3 more figures emerged from the shadows near a sleek black SUV. The one in front had an aura of violence that made the air taste like copper. "Is this the merchandise?" he drawled. He was handsome in a carved, cruel way, with pale blonde hair and eyes the color of a frozen lake. This had to be Jaxon. He circled me where I lay in the dirt, his gaze a physical weight. "She's scrawny. Faith promised potential." "She's stronger than she looks," gruff voice lied smoothly. "And obedient, raised human." Jackson's lip curled. "Obedience is boring. I was promised a spark, a fighter." He nudged my side with the toe of his polished boot. "Get up." Every instinct screamed to stay down, to be small. But a deeper, older instinct, one I kept chained and muzzled in the darkest part of my soul, stirred. Fight. I pushed myself up, my wrists bound in front of me with the silver-lined cuffs that burned with a low, constant sting. I met Jackson's eyes. "My name is Daisy," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Not merchandise." Jackson's eyebrows rose. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face. "Ah, there it is, a little ember." He stepped closer, invading my space. His scent was all winter mint and cold stone. "Welcome to your new life, Daisy. You belong to the Blood Moon Pack now. To me. You'll learn what that means." The finality in his voice was a prison door slamming shut. This was it. The end of the road. Sold to a monster by the monster who raised me. The wolf inside me, the one I'd spent a lifetime silencing, threw itself against its bars. No, not like this. That was my first mistake, letting it stir. A new sound cut through the tense silence, not the growl of an engine, but the powerful, rhythmic thud of paws on earth. Many paws. The forest around us came alive with shifting shadows and low, warning growls. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Jaxon spun around, his composure cracking into a snarl. "What is this?" From the tree line, they emerged. Werewolves in human form, moving with a lethal, silent grace that spoke of absolute power. They fanned out, surrounding the clearing. And then he walked forward. He was taller than any man had a right to be, with shoulders that blocked the moonlight. His hair was dark as a raven's wing, his jaw cut from granite. But it was his eyes that arrested me, a burning, impossible gold, like molten suns. They swept over the scene, dismissing Jackson's men, lingering on Jackson with palpable contempt, and then landing on me. The world narrowed to that gaze. A bolt of pure, undiluted something, electricity, recognition, terror, shot straight through my core. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. The scars on my back blazed with sudden, acute sensitivity. The wolf inside me didn't just stir, it sat up and howled. "Jackson," the golden-eyed man said. His voice was deep, a rumble that vibrated in my bones. It was a voice used to command to being obeyed. "Trespassing on Nightfang territory, trading in souls. You've made a career of poor choices, but this is a new low." Jackson recovered, puffing out his chest. "Nicholas, this is a private transaction. The girl is Blood Moon property. There's no trespass. We're on the neutral strip. Nicholas, Alpha of the Nightfang Pack, the most powerful Alpha on the continent, a king in all but name. His reputation was a thing of legends and whispered warnings, and he was looking at me again. Is that so?" Nicholas took another step, his pack moving with him in perfect unison. The pressure in the clearing intensified, the dominance rolling off him in waves so potent I felt my knees weaken. It was an effort to stay standing. "She doesn't look like property, she looks like a prisoner." "A technicality," Jackson spat. "Her family transferred guardianship." Nicholas's gaze never left me. "Look at me, girl." The command was irresistible. My chin lifted. Our eyes locked again, and the connection was a live wire. In his golden depths, I saw fury, authority, and a flicker of something else, a shock of recognition that mirrored my own. It felt like being stripped bare. Could he see it? Could he see the scars, the hidden thing, the caged wolf? "What is your name?" he asked, his voice softer now, but no less compelling. "Daisy," I whispered. "Do you wish to go with this male, Daisy, to be his property?" The word was a brand. "No." The answer left me without thought, without hesitation. It was the purest truth I'd ever spoken. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Nicholas's lips. It transformed his face from terrifying to devastating. Jackson made a sound of outrage. "You see," Nicholas said, finally turning his full attention back to Jackson. "No transaction. You are on my land attempting to traffic a werewolf against her will. That violates the accords. That invites war." "She's nobody," Jackson shouted, his cool facade shattering. "A discarded pup from a no-name pack. She's not worth a skirmish, let alone a war." "You're wrong." The two words fell like a judge's gavel. Nicholas's eyes flashed, a hint of amber bleeding into the gold. "She is under my protection now. Leave, while you still can." The threat hung in the air, thick and bloody. Jackson's men shifted nervously. The Nightfang warriors took a synchronized step forward, their silent threat louder than any growl. Jackson looked from Nicholas to me, his frozen eyes promising murder. "This isn't over, Nightfang," he hissed. "She has a mark on her, you'll see. She's damaged goods. You'll regret this." With a final, venomous glare at me, he jerked his head at his men. They retreated to their SUV, the engine roaring to life. In moments, they were gone, swallowed by the dark trees, leaving only the scent of exhaust and hatred behind. The sudden silence was deafening. The Nightfang warriors didn't relax. Nicholas stood, a statue of power, watching the empty road. Then he turned to me. The full force of his attention was overwhelming. He closed the distance between us, and with every step, the pull grew stronger, a magnetic tide dragging me toward him. He stopped an arm's length away. Up close, he was even more formidable. I could see a faint scar along his jaw, the subtle pulse in his throat. "You're trembling," he observed, his voice low. I was, from fear, from adrenaline, from the seismic shock of his presence. I couldn't stop. He reached out and I flinched, expecting a blow. But his fingers, surprisingly gentle, went to the silver cuffs on my wrists. He examined the lock. "Eric," he said. A lean, serious-looking man with intelligent eyes stepped forward. "Alpha, get these off her. They're poorly made. A child could pick them." Eric produced a small tool from his belt. As he worked on the cuffs, the burning sensation intensified, then vanished as the metal fell away. The relief was immediate. I rubbed my raw wrists. "Thank you," I managed, my voice hoarse. Nicholas didn't acknowledge the gratitude. He was studying me again, that intense, searching look. "Jaxon said you were raised human, but you are werewolf. I can scent it. Faint, buried deep, but it's there. Why do you hide it?" The question was a knife to my secrets. I dropped my gaze. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't lie to your alpha," he said, and the correction in his tone was automatic, absolute. "You're not my alpha," I whispered, defiance sparking through the fear. A ripple went through the surrounding warriors. Someone gasped. Nicholas's eyes glowed brighter. "Aren't I?" he murmured, more to himself than to me. He leaned in, his voice dropping so only I could hear. His breath was warm against my ear. "I felt it the moment I saw you. A pull. Do you feel it, Daisy?" I did. It was a maddening, terrifying, irresistible thread tugging me toward him. It screamed mate in a primal language my body understood, but my mind rejected. It was impossible. I was nobody. Broken. Scarred. "I feel nothing," I lied, forcing the words out. He drew back, a speculative gleam in his eye. He didn't believe me. "Jaxon said you were damaged, marked. What did he mean?" My blood ran cold. I instinctively pulled my sleeves down, a pathetic attempt to hide wrists that were, for once, unmarked. The real marks were hidden. Always hide the marks. He was just talking, trying to devalue me. Nicholas was silent for a long moment. The forest seemed to hold its breath. "You have no pack, no protection. Jaxon will not forget this insult. He will come for you." The truth of it settled on my shoulders, a heavier weight than the cuffs. "I know. Then you have a choice." He straightened to his full height, the benevolent protector gone, replaced by the ruthless Alpha. "You can run. Try to survive as a rogue, which you will not. Jackson's hunters or any other pack will find you, and what they do will make tonight look like kindness." The option was no option at all. Or, he said, his golden eyes pinning me in place, "you accept my protection. Fully, you join the Night Fang pack. You submit to me as your alpha." It was what I needed. Safety, sanctuary. But from the look in his eyes, it came with a price. What would that require? A slow, deliberate smile touched his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. A public oath of fealty and a private arrangement. Dread pooled in my stomach. What kind of arrangement? He moved so quickly I didn't have time to react. One large, warm hand cupped the side of my neck, his thumb resting over my frantic pulse. The contact was a jolt of pure lightning. My breath hitched. His scent, dark amber, storm-wet earth, and sheer power, wrapped around me. "The moon goddess plays cruel jokes," he said, his voice a rough caress. "My pack expects me to take a Luna, a strong, politically advantageous mate from a powerful bloodline." He paused, his thumb stroking my hammering pulse point. The world faded to that touch, those eyes. But I have no interest in a political puppet. I need a different kind of Luna, one who understands survival, one who has nothing and therefore owes everything to me, one who can play a part. His words were sinking in, each one a stone dragging me deeper. You want me to pretend to be your Luna. I want you to be my Luna, he corrected, his gaze dropping to my lips for a heartbeat. In every way the pack sees, a public claiming, a ceremony, you will live in my house, stand by my side. You will be mine and the pack will see it. The possessiveness in the word mine should have terrified me. Part of me was screaming in panic. But another part, the wounded, hidden, desperate part, sang at the sheer certainty of it. To belong, to be safe. And in private, I asked, my voice barely audible. That, he said, leaning so close our foreheads almost touched, is negotiable. But understand this, Daisy. If you agree, you are mine. Your enemies become my enemies. Your safety becomes my priority. But your obedience becomes my right. You will not lie to me. You will not hide from me. And you will tell me what these marks are that Jaxon spoke of. The ultimatum hung between us. The cliff's edge. I could run into the unknown, towards certain death. Or I could leap into the gilded cage this Alpha offered, a cage that promised protection at the cost of my secrets, my freedom, my very self. The wind picked up, sighing through the pines. In the distance, a lone wolf howled, a long, mournful sound that spoke of exile and longing. Nicholas was still waiting, his hand warm on my neck, his eyes seeing too much. The mate bond, that insane, undeniable thread, pulled taut, begging me to say yes. I opened my mouth to answer, to choose my doom. And that's when the first, white-hot spike of agony lanced through my lower back, right along the oldest, deepest scar. It was a pain I knew, a pain I dreaded, a warning. The moon, previously hidden by clouds, broke free. A sliver of brilliant, silver light fell directly on me through the canopy. My bones gave a deep, ominous ache. Nicholas's eyes widened. He felt it. He smelled the change in my scent, the sudden surge of wild, trapped power. His grip on my neck tightened, not in threat, but in shock. "What?" he breathed, his golden eyes blazing with dawning, impossible realization. "Are you?" I couldn't answer. The transformation I'd fought every full moon of my life, the curse my stepmother had tried to burn out of me with silver and hatred, was rising. Here, now, in front of the most powerful Alpha on the continent. The cliffhanger wasn't the choice anymore. It was the beast breaking free. The pain was a living thing, a wildfire under my skin. It clawed up my spine, a seismic crack that echoed in the silent clearing. Nicholas's hand fell from my chin. His eyes, molten gold a second before, widened with a shock so profound it mirrored the cataclysm inside me. The world dissolved into a white-hot haze of agony. This is it, I thought, the words a whimper in my mind. The hex is breaking. She sold me just in time. The sound that tore from my throat was not human. It was a raw, guttural scream that shredded the night air, scattering birds from the ancient pines. I fell to my knees, the damp earth cool against my burning palms. My back arched as another wave of torment crested, and I felt it, the brutal, unstoppable shift of bone and sinew beneath the scars faith had given me. The silver-laced scars that were never just scars, but a cage. "By the moon," Nicholas breathed, his voice a low rumble of pure astonishment. He didn't retreat. He stepped closer, his shadow falling over me. "What is this?" I couldn't answer. My jaw locked, teeth grinding. The metallic taste of blood filled my mouth. Through a blur of tears, I saw Eric and the other Nightfang warriors tense, hands going to weapons, but a sharp, almost imperceptible gesture from Nicholas held them in place. "Alpha, the energy," Eric started, his voice tight. "I feel it," Nicholas cut him off, his gaze never leaving me. "Stand down." The transformation wasn't like anything I'd been taught. It wasn't a graceful, powerful emergence of a wolf. It was a violent eruption. The tattered remains of my shirt strained and split along my spine. From the latticework of raised, silver-webbed scars, light poured, not the soft glow of moonlight, but a fierce, actinic blue-white radiance. It was the Hex, Faith's envious curse, manifesting as the change she'd always feared in me took hold. A howl ripped from me, but it was layered, wrong, a chorus of pain and power. The silver cuffs on my wrists glowed red-hot then, with a sharp ping they shattered. The metal fragments fell to the moss, smoking. Nicholas knelt. The authority that had cowed Jaxon was gone, replaced by a focused, predatory intensity. "Daisy!" He said my name like a command, but also like a question. "Look at me." I forced my head up. His face was so close. In his eyes, I didn't see fear or disgust. I saw recognition. A terrifying, deep-seated knowing. "You're not just a werewolf," he stated, the truth settling between us like a physical weight. The burning sensation began to recede, not vanishing, but coalescing. The light from my scars dimmed, sinking back into my skin, which now felt hypersensitive, new. I was still me, still in a human form, but everything was different. The forest sounds were crisper, the rustle of a beetle in the leaves, the distant heartbeat of a deer. The scent of pine sap, damp earth, and the distinct, clean ozone smell of Nicholas's power was overwhelming. And the pain, the constant, gnawing pain that had been my companion since Faith's ritual was gone. In its place was a trembling, volatile strength. I slumped forward, catching myself on my hands, gasping for air. The shredded fabric of my clothes hung off me. Nicholas shrugged off his tailored jacket in one smooth motion and draped it around my shoulders. The weight of it was immense, carrying his scent and his warmth. It felt like a claim. "The cuffs are broken. The suppression is gone," Eric observed, moving forward cautiously. He picked up a fragment of the melted silver, then looked at my exposed back, his professional detachment failing for a second. "Those scars, they're laced with pure silver. And something else. A binding agent. This was a deliberate containment." Nicholas's expression darkened into something truly dangerous. "A human did this." I nodded, pulling his jacket tighter. My voice was hoarse. "My stepmother, Faith, she was envious of what I might become. She called it a hex. She said it would keep me safe, keep me human." The bitter laugh that escaped me was broken. "She sold me to Jaxon, the moment she thought it would hold." The Alpha's jaw tightened. The air around him seemed to grow colder. "She sold a contained Alpha-born to a collector like Jaxon." He said it softly, but the words held a promise of violence. He looked at Eric. "Scan her, now. I need to know everything." Eric approached with a small, sleek device from his belt. "This will measure your residual shift energy and power signature. It won't hurt." The device hummed as he passed it over me. A small screen on its side lit up, graphs spiking erratically. Eric's eyes went wide. "Alpha, the readings are off the scale. It's not just Alpha-born potential. It's matured, but it's chaotic. Fractured. The silver scarring did more than contain her. It corrupted the transformation pathways. Her wolf isn't just suppressed. It's wounded, trapped in the scar tissue. A cold dread, deeper than any I'd felt with Jaxon, seeped into my bones." "What does that mean?" Nicholas answered, his voice grim. "It means your first full shift, when it comes, will be a battle. Not just with the wolf, but with the poison in your own skin. It could kill you." He paused, his golden eyes searing into mine. "Or it could make you something uncontrollable." The revelation hung in the air, a death sentence and a threat. The choice he'd offered me minutes before, Luna or Rogue, was now infinitely more complex. "Why?" I whispered, the question meant for the universe, for Faith, for the cruel twist of fate. Why would she do this? "Power," Nicholas said simply. "The human world fears it. The weak covet it. They either want to steal it or break it." He stood, offering me his hand. "The proposition stands, Daisy, but the terms have changed." I stared at his hand. It was broad, capable, marked with faint scars of his own. The pull to take it was more than physical. It was a soul-deep ache, a thread of fate tightening around my heart. The mate bond. He knew it. I knew it. And now, with the hex broken, it screamed between us. "What terms?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "You become my Luna. Publicly, irrevocably. You stand by my side, and you obey me in all things pertaining to the pack's safety." His gaze was unyielding. "In return, my protection becomes absolute, not just from Jaxon, but from whatever this is." He gestured to my scars, now just pale, intricate ridges under the moonlight. "My healers, my resources, my strength, they will be yours. We will find a way to unravel what was done to you, to heal your wolf. It was a lifeline, but it was coated in thorns. And in private," a faint, ruthless smile touched his lips. "In private, we will discover what this bond between us truly means. You are not a prisoner, but you are mine. That is not a request." The finality in his voice sent a shiver through me that wasn't entirely fear. The animal part of me, the wounded, trapped wolf, recognized its alpha. It wanted to submit, to bury its pain in his strength. The human part, the girl who'd been betrayed and sold, recoiled. If only I had known then that accepting his hand wasn't just accepting safety, but signing a contract with destiny itself. I placed my hand in his. The moment our skin touched, a jolt of energy, clean and powerful, shot up my arm. It was like stepping into sunlight after a lifetime in a cellar. A low rumble echoed in Nicholas's chest, a sound of pure satisfaction. He pulled me to my feet as if I weighed nothing. I stumbled, my legs unsteady, but he held me firm against him. His body was solid heat, an anchor in the storm of my senses. "Good," he murmured, his breath stirring my hair. The word was a benediction and a seal. He turned to his warriors, his demeanor shifting back to the commanding Alpha. "Eric, take the lead. We move for the stronghold, double perimeter patrols. Jaxon will not let this insult stand. He'll be back, and he'll want his property returned." The warriors moved with disciplined speed, melting into the trees as scouts. Eric gave me a respectful, if still wary, nod before leading the way down a hidden path into the deeper forest. Nicholas kept me at his side, his grip on my arm firm but not painful. We walked in silence for a time, the only sounds the crunch of pine needles underfoot, the sigh of the wind, and the frantic rhythm of my own heart. The further we went into Nightfang territory, the more I felt it, a subtle, pervasive energy in the land itself. It felt old, watchful, and powerful. "What happened back there?" I finally ventured, unable to bear the quiet. "The light, the power, you called me Alpha-born." "Your biological parents," Nicholas said, his eyes scanning the shadows. "Who were they?" "I don't know. Faith never spoke of my mother. Said she died when I was a baby. My father, he died not long after. I have no memory of them. They were alphas," he stated. "The power you manifested, even corrupted, is not the power of a pack wolf. It is the birthright of leadership. A latent alpha force, triggered by extreme duress and," he glanced at me, "by the proximity of your mate. My presence likely acted as a catalyst, forcing the hex to its breaking point." His words swirled in my head. Parents, alphas, mate, each one a world-shattering truth. So Jaxon, he knew. He sensed something unique. A collector recognizes rare trinkets. He had no idea of the true value of what he'd bought. If he had, he would have never transported you so lightly or brought you so close to my borders. A note of predatory triumph colored his voice. "His greed and my territorial claim have delivered you to where you belong." The path began to slope upwards. The trees thinned, and ahead, nestled against the sheer face of a moonlit mountain, I saw it. The obsidian tower. It wasn't a single tower, but a formidable fortress of dark stone that seemed to grow from the mountain itself. Torches flickered at high windows, and the air here thrummed with concentrated power. It was intimidating, majestic, and cold. As we approached a massive gate, Nicholas stopped. He turned me to face him, his hands on my shoulders. "Listen to me. Inside these walls, you are the Luna parent. You will be met with curiosity, suspicion, and challenge. You will show no fear. You will show no weakness. The scars on your back are not a secret to be hidden in shame. They are a testament to what you survived. Wear them as armor. Do you understand?" I swallowed hard, nodding. The idea of walking into a den of powerful werewolves, broken and in a borrowed jacket, was terrifying. But the steel in his eyes forged a spine in me I didn't know I had. "Yes, Alpha." He searched my face, then gave a single, approving nod. The gates, wrought iron and towering, began to swing open with a deep, grating groan that echoed into the night. What happened next changed everything. The courtyard within was vast, lit by flaming braziers. Dozens of werewolves were gathered, warriors in leathers, women in elegant dresses, elders with wise, sharp eyes. All conversation died as we entered. Hundreds of eyes locked onto me, onto Nicholas's possessive grip, onto my disheveled. At the front of the crowd stood a woman. She was stunning, with waves of dark hair and eyes the color of polished amber. She wore a gown of deep crimson, and her expression was one of perfectly crafted concern that didn't reach her cold eyes. "Nicholas," she said, her voice a smooth, melodic chime that set my teeth on edge. "We felt the surge of power at the border. We were worried." Her gaze slid to me, assessing, dismissing. "And who is this stray you've brought home?" Nicholas's hand tightened on my shoulder. "Selene," he said, his voice devoid of warmth. "This is Daisy, my chosen Luna." A ripple of audible shock went through the crowd. The woman, Selene, flinched as if struck. The mask of concern shattered, revealing a flash of pure, venomous fury before she could school her features. "You're Luna," she repeated, the words brittle. "Nicholas, this is unprecedented. She is packless. She smells of human poison and pain, the laws of succession. The laws are what I decree." Nicholas's voice cut through the murmurs, absolute and final. "She is under my protection and my claim. She is to be treated with the respect her position demands. Prepare the Luna's chambers. Now." Selene's jaw tightened, but she dipped her head in a stiff bow. "As you command, my Alpha." When she looked up, her eyes met mine again. This time there was no hiding the hatred, the promise of a long and bitter war. Nicholas guided me forward, through the parted crowd. Whispers followed us like a trail of snakes. Scars on her face, no lineage. Why would he choose a broken thing? Selene will never allow it. We entered the main hall, a cavernous space of stone and timber. Before we could reach the grand staircase, an older warrior with a grizzled beard stepped into our path, his expression grave. "Alpha, a moment. A urgent message has arrived from the border scouts." He glanced at me, hesitating. "Speak," Nicholas commanded. The warrior's voice dropped. "It's Jaxon of Blood Moon. He's not retreating to his lands. He's gathering his forces at the border stone, and he sent a formal declaration." Nicholas went still. "Of what?" The warrior's eyes flicked to me, filled with a sudden, grim pity. "Of war. He claims you have stolen his rightful property, a unique asset critical to his pack's ascendancy. He demands her immediate return. If she is not surrendered by dawn." The warrior took a breath. "He declares he will burn the southern villages to the ground and slaughter every soul in them." The floor seemed to drop away from me. The warmth of Nicholas's jacket turned to ice. My freedom, my precarious new position, had a price to be paid in the blood of innocent people. Nicholas turned to me, his face a mask of ruthless calculation. The alpha, not the man. "It seems, Daisy," he said, his voice low and deadly. "Your first duty as Luna begins tonight. You will come to the War Council, and you will tell them everything. About your stepmother, about the Hex, about what Jaxon truly wants from you." He leaned closer, his next words for my ear alone, a chilling whisper that sealed my fate. "Because if we are going to go to war for you, you need to prove you are worth the bloodshed." The War Council's eyes were knives in the dark. Nicholas's words, "Prove you are worth the coming bloodshed," echoed in the hollow of my chest, a death sentence wrapped in a challenge. The grand hall of the obsidian tower, all sharp angles and cold, polished stone, seemed to lean in, waiting for me to break. Thump, thump, thump. The sound wasn't just my heart. It was the heavy, synchronized tread of warriors' boots on flagstone as Nicholas led the way deeper into the mountain's heart. The air grew colder, smelling of damp rock and old iron. We left the murmuring crowd and Seleni's venomous glare behind, descending a spiral staircase lit by torches that guttered in the draft. "The council chamber is ahead," Nicholas said, his voice devoid of its earlier possessive heat. It was pure alpha now, a blade being honed. "They are my advisors, my generals. They respect strength, not sentiment. Do not speak unless I permit it. And if they decide I'm not worth it," the question slipped out raw. He stopped, turning so suddenly I almost collided with him. In the flickering torchlight, his gaze was merciless. "Then I will have made a grave error, and you will have nowhere left to run. Jaxon will skin you alive. My pack will not lift a finger to stop him." He leaned closer, his scent of frost and pine sap overwhelming. "So you will be worth it." The chamber was a cavernous space, a natural geode lined with obsidian. A massive, rough-hewn table of black oak dominated the room, surrounded by 12 werewolves. Their ages varied, but their eyes shared a singular quality. The flat, assessing stare of predators who had survived countless winters and wars. The air hummed with suppressed power. All conversation died as we entered. Nicholas took his seat at the head of the table, but did not offer me one. I was to stand, to be examined. My skin crawled under their collective gaze, the fresh scars on my arms burning as if freshly made. "Alpha," a broad-shouldered male with a scar bisecting his eyebrow began, his voice a gravel rumble. "The southern villages are evacuating, but Jackson's scouts are already harrying the outskirts. We have hours, not days. He's using the human roads," a sharp-featured female added, her fingers steepled. "He knows our patrol patterns. He's been planning this." Nicholas nodded. "Then we adjust the patterns. Reinforce the southern ridge. I want a perimeter of steel around Blackwater and Stonefall by midnight." "With respect, Alpha," said an older wolf with silver threading his dark hair. His eyes, the color of tarnished silver, slid to me. "This is a costly diversion of resources for a political abstraction. The girl is Alpha-born, yes. The bond is true, perhaps. But is she strategic? Or is she merely a wound you've chosen to wear?" The question hung in the air, heavier than stone. I felt my wolf stir, a pained, angry twist in my gut, merely a wound. "She is my claimed mate and your Luna," Nicholas stated, a finality in his tone that brooked no argument on the title. "That is not abstraction. Jackson's insult is to the pack entire. He believes he can steal what is ours. We will disabuse him of that notion. A Luna is a symbol of unity, a source of strength," the silver-haired elder, introduced as Kieran, pressed. "What strength does she bring? She is cowed, broken. She smells of fear and corrupted silver. Forgive my bluntness, but we are about to send our sons and daughters to die. We must know what for." What happened next changed everything. Nicholas's gaze locked with mine. It was a command, a demand. Show them. But how? My power was a cursed, feral thing. The last time I'd let it surface, I'd been in chains. If I lost control here in this room of alphas, they would tear me apart. "Speak, Daisy," Nicholas said, the order cracking through the room. Every eye was on me, my throat closed. I could hear Faith's sneering voice, "Useless mutt." I could feel the cold silver poison in my veins, a prison of my own flesh. I opened my mouth, but only a faint, desperate sound emerged. A low, disdainful murmur traveled around the table. Selene, who had slipped into the chamber and now stood by the door, allowed a faint, cruel smile to touch her lips. Kieran sighed. "As I said, a wound." Something in me snapped. Not my control, that was already frayed. It was the last thread of my submission. I was not Faith's punching bag. I was not Jaxon's property. I would not be this council's disappointing abstraction. I lifted my chin, ignoring the pounding in my temples. "You want to know my strength?" My voice was rough, but it didn't waver. "Ask Jaxon what happened to his silver cuffs." The room went still. "The cuffs were rated to hold an alpha," the sharp-featured female, Lyra, said slowly. "You shattered them." "The silver was laced with a hex," I said, the words coming easier now, fueled by a defiant anger. "A poison meant to suppress and corrupt. It's inside me, and when I shifted, it broke them anyway." I looked at Kieran. "You smell fear. Good. You should, because I am terrified of what is inside me. But Jaxon should be more terrified. He knows what he bought. He just didn't know it could bite back." Silence. Then Nicholas did something unexpected. A faint, approving smirk touched his lips. It was gone in an instant, but I saw it. "A hex," Lyra mused, her analytical eyes scanning me as if I were a battlefield map. "Of what nature?" "I don't know the incantation, only the effects. It cages my wolf, twists it. It causes immense pain." I swallowed, deciding to lay one card fully on the table. "My stepmother, a human, administered it. She has dabbled in forbidden arts. She sold me to Jaxon." The revelation sent a new ripple through the council. A human meddling in werewolf affairs, trafficking a hexed alpha born to a rival pack. It was an escalation beyond simple cruelty. It was a breach of the most fundamental supernatural laws. "This complicates things," Kieran admitted, grudgingly. "If the hex can be purified." "When it is purified," Nicholas corrected, his voice ringing with absolute authority. "What will she become? An alpha-born, unbounded, my true mate. That is the strategic value, not what she is now, what she will be. And we will hold the line until that day comes." He rose from his seat, his presence expanding to fill the chamber. "The decision is made. We go to war for our Luna, not because she is weak, but because our enemy believes that she is. We will show him his fatal error. Lyra, mobilize the eastern battalions. Kieran, secure the mountain passes. I will lead the defense of the southern ridge myself." The council erupted into motion, the debate over. Orders were barked, maps unrolled. I stood there, a fixed point in the storm, reeling. He had done it. He had turned their doubt into a cause for our Luna. Nicholas strode toward the door, pausing beside me. His hand came up not to strike, but to cup my jaw, his thumb brushing over the mark on my neck. The touch was searing, a brand of possession. "That," he murmured, his breath warm against my ear, "was your first lesson. Now comes the second. You will come with me." He didn't wait for agreement. He simply expected obedience. I followed, my legs moving on autopilot, out of the chamber and down a narrower, darker corridor. The sounds of the War Council faded, replaced by the distant, echoing clang of a blacksmith's hammer and the howl of the wind through high crevices. We entered a room that was clearly his private armory. Weapons lined the walls, gleaming swords, wicked axes, polished daggers. The air smelled of oil and leather. In the center, a suit of dark, articulated armor rested on a stand. "You will remain here, in the tower," he said, shrugging off his formal jacket and beginning to strap on vambraces. "While you go to fight a war you started over me." The guilt was a physical weight. I did not start it. Jaxon did the moment he laid claim to what is mine. He turned, his eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "And you are not staying here to hide. You are staying to learn. Eric." The technician from the clearing entered, carrying a small, ornate chest. He nodded to me, his expression neutral. "Alpha, Luna. The hex is anchored in the silver poison," Nicholas said, testing the weight of a dagger before sheathing it at his hip. "Eric is our foremost expert on supernatural metallurgy. He will begin the process of mapping its hold on you. You will submit to his examinations. You will tell him everything you remember about the hex's administration. Every detail. The thought of being poked and prodded, of reliving Faith's betrayal in such clinical detail, made me nauseous. "And if you don't come back," I whispered. He crossed the room in 2 strides, his hand tangling in my hair, forcing my head back to meet his gaze. The ferocity in his eyes stole my breath. "I will come back, and you will be here, working. Our bargain, Daisy. Your submission for my protection. This is the heart of it. Now submit." He released me and turned to leave, a king going to battle. "Nicholas," I called out, the name strange on my tongue. He paused at the threshold. "Don't die." The words were barely audible. I can't navigate this alone." For a heartbeat, the ruthless alpha mask slipped. Something warmer, more terrifyingly genuine, flickered in his eyes. "Then I suppose I have no choice." And he was gone, his footsteps fading into the symphony of the preparing fortress. If only I had known what his departure would unleash. Eric cleared his throat, opening the chest to reveal an array of crystalline lenses, silver needles, and strange, rune-engraved instruments. "We should begin, Luna. The process may be intrusive." For hours it was. The needles, though not silver, pricked at my skin, seeking the toxic pathways. Eric peered through his lenses, murmuring notes. He asked questions about the taste of the potion Faith forced down my throat, bitter like almonds and ash, the sensation like swallowing shattered glass, the dreams that followed cages of light, always cages. I was exhausted, Raw, when a different sound pierced the tower's ambient noise. Not the hammer or the howl, but a rising, distant cacophony. Shouts, crashes, the distinct metallic shriek of steel on steel. It was coming from inside the stronghold. Eric froze, his instrument hovering over my arm, his face paled. "That's the Western Gallery." "What is it?" I asked, my heart seizing. Before he could answer, the door to the armory burst open. Selene stood there, her dress torn at the shoulder, a smear of blood on her cheek. Her eyes were wild with a vicious triumph. "You," she spat, pointing at me. "You brought them here. Jaxon's assassins are inside the walls. They're cutting their way toward the tower." My blood turned to ice. Jaxon hadn't just declared war. He'd launched a covert strike, a decapitation attempt. While Nicholas was drawn to the southern border, his stronghold, his mate, were left vulnerable. The Alpha's guard is holding them at the lower stairs, but they won't last. Selene's voice was a sharp dagger of panic and accusation. "They're using some kind of toxin. Our wolves are weakening by the second." Eric slammed his chest shut. "We must get the Luna to the vault. It's the only secure room." "No," Selene blocked his path. "They'll trace her scent. They're here for her. The only way to save the pack is to give them what they want." Her meaning was clear. "Sacrifice me. Save the Night Fang." Eric looked between us, torn. The sounds of battle grew closer. A bestial roar of pain echoed up the stairwell, too near. Selene took a step toward me, her claws extending. "He'll thank me later, once the stronghold is secure." This was it, the test Nicholas had left me to. Not with the council, but here alone. I backed away, my back hitting the cold obsidian wall. The fear was a tidal wave. But beneath it, the corrupted wolf, stirred by the violence, the threat, the poison in my veins, began to writhe and snarl. Give them what they want. The hex-threaded silver in my blood flared, a agony that was becoming familiar. My bones ached. My vision tinged with red. Selene lunged, and the world dissolved into pain and fury. My body contorted, not the clean, powerful shift of an alpha born, but the violent, shattering eruption of something broken and enraged. Fabric tore. Bones cracked and reknitted in jagged protest. A howl tore from my throat, not a clarion call, but a ragged, tormented scream of defiance. Where I had stood, a wolf now crouched, but it was wrong. My fur, meant to be a tawny gold, was patchy and streaked with livid, silver-scarred flesh. One eye glowed its proper amber. The other, the one Faith's potion had first touched, swirled with a sickly, phosphorescent green. I was a monster, half caged, half freed. Selene stumbled back, her hatred morphing into genuine shock and fear. By the moon. The door to the armory splintered inward. Two massive, unfamiliar werewolves covered in blood moon warp paint filled the doorway, their muzzles dripping with saliva and toxin. Their eyes, burning with Jaxon's command, locked onto me, the abomination, the prize. The lead assassin snarled, a sound of pure greed. "The Alpha will pay a fortune for you alive or in pieces." He lunged, and my world became claws, teeth, and the desperate, screaming struggle to survive. The world was a red haze of pain and fury. My bones had broken and reknitted into a grotesque parody of a wolf. The hex, a living poison in my blood, twisted the transformation, leaving patches of raw, weeping flesh between coarse, black fur. I was a monster, just as my stepmother had intended. The two blood moon assassins recoiled for a second, their silver blades glinting in the armory's low light. Their surprise was my only advantage. What happened next was not a fight. It was a slaughter. I lunged. The sound that tore from my throat was not a howl, but a guttural scream of rending metal and snapping bone. My claws, elongated and jagged, met the first assassin's blade. The silver seared, the smell of my own burning flesh acrid in my nostrils, but the hex-fueled strength behind the blow was absolute. The sword shattered. My next swipe opened him from shoulder to hip. He fell without a sound. The second assassin was faster, darting to the side, his blade aiming for my corrupted flank. I felt the silver bite deep, a white-hot brand of agony. But the pain was an old friend. It ignited something darker. I pivoted, my massive, malformed body surprisingly agile, and clamped my jaws around his arm. The crunch was deafening. A wet, strangled cry echoed off the obsidian walls before I silenced it. Silence descended, broken only by my ragged, snarling breaths and the drip of blood on stone. The metallic scent filled the room. I stood over the bodies, the rage ebbing, leaving a hollow, terrifying clarity. I had killed, with my own teeth and claws. The hexed beast within me panted with satisfaction. A whimper cut through the haze. Selene, she was pressed against the far wall, her face a mask of pure terror, her earlier treachery forgotten in the face of this primal horror. Her scent was saturated with fierce sweat and shame. The beast within me turned its attention to her, the instinct to punish the betrayer surging forward. I took a heavy, limping step towards her, a low growl rumbling in my chest. "No, please," she choked out, squeezing her eyes shut. The sound of her voice, so human, so broken, pierced the red fog. I am not this, a small, desperate part of my mind screamed. I am Daisy. I am not her weapon. With a shudder that racked my entire distorted frame, I forced myself to stop, to turn away. The movement pulled at the deep gash in my side, and a fresh wave of weakness washed over me. The transformation was already unstable. the hex fighting the natural reversion. The door to the armory burst open. Eric stood there, a crossbow loaded with a wolf-bane-tipped bolt leveled at my head. Behind him were 3 Nightfang warriors, their weapons drawn, their eyes wide with a mixture of shock and revulsion. They saw the dead assassins. They saw Selene cowering. They saw me. "Moon above," one of the warriors whispered. Eric's gaze was clinical, assessing. He didn't lower the crossbow. "Daisy," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "Can you hear me? Can you understand?" I tried to nod, but my head was a heavy, alien weight. A pained whine escaped me instead. It was answer enough. "The transformation is corrupted. It's rejecting stability. You need to change back or your body will tear itself apart." His eyes flicked to the hex-scarred flesh on my shoulder, visibly pulsing with a sickly green light. "Now, Daisy. Focus. Focus. How could I focus when every nerve was on fire? When the beast was still so close to the surface, whispering for me to finish Selene, to flee, to run. But Eric's voice was an anchor. I clung to it. I thought of the clearing, of Nicholas's voice saying mine, not as a claim of ownership, but as a promise of a place, a fixed point. I pulled that memory around me like a shield. The reversal was even more agonizing than the shift. It felt like being flayed alive, bones grinding and shrinking, fur receding into scarred skin. I collapsed onto the cold stone, naked, shivering, and covered in blood, both mine and the assassin's. The deep gash on my side bled freely. Eric immediately shrugged off his jacket and draped it over me. "Medic!" he barked. One of the warriors rushed forward with a field kit. Selene just stared, her mouth agape. She saved me," Selene stammered, the lie tasting bitter even to her. "The assassins, she killed them." Eric shot her a look that said he believed that about as much as he believed the moon was made of cheese. He didn't call her out, not yet. His focus was on stemming the bleeding from my side. "The toxin in the air has dissipated. Jackson's team was small, precise. The rest of the incursion has been handled, but this was their primary target." He pressed a bandage to my wound, his touch efficient but not ungentle. "You." "Selene led them here," I croaked, my voice raw. "She unlocked the door. She said sacrificing me would end the war." The warriors froze. All eyes turned to Selene. Her face went from pale to ashen. "Is this true?" Eric's voice was dangerously quiet. She had no defense. Her guilt was a stench in the room. She crumpled, not in a faint, but in a posture of utter defeat. I thought it was for the pack, to save us from a war over that." She couldn't even look at me. "Take her to the containment cells," Eric ordered, his disgust evident. "Alpha Nicholas will decide her fate when he returns." As they dragged a silent, broken Selene away, Eric finished patching me up. "The Alpha is returning. The skirmish at the southern border was a diversion. Jackson's main play was here, for you. He knows now, without a doubt, what you are." "What am I?" I whispered, the exhaustion seeping into my very soul. "A hexed wolf, a living weapon he created through proxy, and the claimed mate of his most hated rival." He helped me to my feet, the jacket hanging loosely on my frame. "It makes you the single most valuable and dangerous piece on the board. And Nicholas has just ridden into a war council demanding total mobilization to defend you. The news of this incident will spread. Fast." He led me, stumbling, out of the armory and through the stronghold. The corridors were abuzz with tense energy. Warriors ran past, giving me wide, wary berths. Whispers followed us like a trail of smoke. "Is that her? They say she shifted into a demon. She killed 2 Blood Moon elites with her bare hands. She's cursed." If only I had known how those whispers would shape what came next. We didn't go back to the guest chambers. Eric took me to a set of rooms I hadn't seen before, connected to the War Council chamber but more private. A sitting room with a fur-covered divan, a bedroom beyond. The Alpha's private quarters, Eric said simply, seeing my confusion. You'll be safe here. No one enters without his direct command. He left me there, alone with the echoes of violence. I sank onto the divan, pulling the blood-stained jacket tighter. The silence was a physical weight. I replayed the fight in my head, the feel of flesh giving way, the sound of breaking bones. I was a killer. The hex didn't just scar my skin, it was scarring my soul. The sound of the outer door opening was a shockwave in the quiet. Heavy, confident footsteps. The air in the room shifted, charged with a potent, familiar energy. Nicholas stood in the doorway. He was still in his battle armor, leather and steel scored with fresh claw marks. Dust and the faint, coppery scent of blood clung to him. His power filled the space, a storm contained by sheer will. His eyes, that impossible silver, found me immediately. They swept over my bandaged side, the blood on my legs, the tremble I couldn't suppress. He crossed the room in 3 strides, kneeling before me. His presence wasn't gentle, it was overwhelming, a tidal wave of heat and scent and raw authority. He didn't touch me, he just looked, as if seeing me for the first time. Eric's report said you transformed, he said, his voice a low rumble. That you defended yourself, that Selene betrayed the pack. I could only nod, my throat tight. Show me, he commanded, his gaze dropping to the jacket. A fresh wave of shame crashed over me. He would see the full extent of the ugliness, the proof of my corruption. But I was too tired, too broken to disobey. With shaking fingers, I let the jacket fall from my shoulders. The cool air hit my scarred skin. I sat there in nothing but bandages, every brutal mark from Faith's treatments, every whorl and line of the hex laid bare before him. I braced for his revulsion, for the cold realization that his political gamble was on a ruined, monstrous thing. He didn't flinch, he didn't look away. His eyes traced every scar, every mark with an intensity that felt like a physical touch. His jaw tightened, a muscle ticking in his cheek, but it wasn't disgust I saw, it was fury. A deep, simmering, volcanic rage that made the very air tremble. This, he growled, his hand lifting to hover just over the raised, green-tinged hex mark on my collarbone. He didn't make contact, as if fearing his touch would hurt me. This was done to you, deliberately. By my stepmother, I whispered, the night she sold me. The rage in his eyes crystallized into something deadly. And Jaxon knew, he knew what he was buying, a weaponized, broken thing he could control. His hand finally lowered, but only to fist at his side. He will burn for that alone. His words were a balm and a brand. He saw the hex not as my flaw, but as a crime committed against me. The relief was so profound it was dizzying, but it was short-lived. The council is waiting, he said, rising to his full height. They have heard the rumors of what occurred here. They demand to see the truth of their new Luna. He extended a hand to me. Get dressed. Armor is laid out for you in the next room. We face them together. Now. This was it, the real test. Not before a handful of elites, but before the entire power structure of the Nightfang pack. I had no choice. This was our bargain. The armor was a masterwork of dark, supple leather and engraved steel plates, designed for a female frame. It fit me as if it had been made for me. Perhaps it had. As I fastened the final clasp, I caught my reflection in a polished shield. I looked like a stranger, a wounded, pale-faced girl trying to wear a warrior's skin. The girl who had just killed 2 men with her teeth. Nicholas waited by the door. He assessed me, gave a single, curt nod of approval, and then did something that stole my breath. He reached out and gently, so gently, brushed a strand of hair from my forehead, his knuckles just grazing my skin. The contact sent a jolt of that electric awareness through me. Remember, he said, his voice for my ears only, You are not their victim. You are not Jackson's weapon. You are the Lunar of the Night Fang pack, my claim, my choice. And tonight you will stand beside me and show them why. He opened the door. The roar of the assembled pack hit me like a wall. The war council chamber was packed, every elder, every general, every ranking warrior present. Hundreds of eyes turned towards us as we entered. The suspicion was a palpable force. At the front, I saw Kieran's skeptical frown and Lyra's sharp, analytical gaze. Nicholas led me to the dais. He did not sit on his obsidian throne. He stood before it, pulling me to stand beside him, his hand a firm, undeniable pressure on the small of my back. "You have heard whispers," Nicholas's voice boomed, silencing the room. "You have heard of assassins in our heart, of betrayal from within, and of a transformation that defies the moon's grace. You demand truth. Here it stands." He stepped slightly aside, putting me in the center of their scrutiny. "Look upon your Luna." A wave of muttering rolled through the crowd. I felt naked again, despite the armor. Kieran stepped forward. "Alpha, with respect. We see a human girl, wounded and hexed. The rumors say she is a monster, that her wolf is an abomination. How can this be the strength you promised?" Nicholas's power flared, a warning growl in the air. But before he could speak, I found my voice. It was quieter than his, but it carried. "I am hexed," I admitted, lifting my chin. "The monster you fear is a poison in my blood, given to me by a human who hated me. But it is not me." I looked directly at Kieran, then at Lyra. Today, that poison, and the wolf it tried to strangle, protected this pack when a traitor opened our doors to the enemy. I am not your enemy. Jackson Blood Moon is. He paid for this curse. He sent those men to retrieve his property. I let the word hang, vile and heavy. "Will you let him?" Lyra studied me, her head tilted. "The strategic value of a hexed wolf is undeniable, but the risk is immense. Can you control it?" "I am learning," I said, the truth bitter. "With Eric's help, but control requires safety. It requires a pack that does not look at me and see only a demon." A younger warrior shouted from the crowd, "Prove it! Show us the wolf!" A chorus of agreement rose. Nicholas tensed beside me. A forced transformation now in this state could be catastrophic. It could prove all their worst fears. But the demand hung in the air, a challenge that had to be met. Nicholas leaned close, his lips nearly brushing my ear. "You do not have to do this." But I did. If I faltered now, I was lost. Seleni's betrayal would be seen as justified. I would forever be the weak, cursed burden. I closed my eyes. I reached for the wolf, not through rage or fear, but through the fragile new sense of anchor I'd found. The memory of Nicholas's claim, the feel of his hand on my back, the promise of a place. The shift was less violent this time, but no less painful. The hex fought, the green light flickering under my emerging fur, patches of corruption still visible. But the form that coalesced on the dais was more wolf than nightmare. A large, black wolf with intelligent, amber eyes, standing steady despite the bandage visible on its side. I held the form, trembling with the effort, and let out a soft, steady breath. The chamber was utterly silent. Then Nicholas moved. In front of everyone, he descended the dais steps to stand before my wolf. He placed his hand firmly on my head, between my ears, in the ultimate sign of dominance and possession. But his touch was steadying, not oppressive. "This," he declared to the stunned assembly, "is my Luna, scarred, cursed, unbroken. Her fight is our fight, her enemy is our enemy. Any who question her place at my side question me." It was a line drawn in stone. One by one, the pack members bowed their heads. Even Kieran, after a long moment, gave a grudging nod. Lyra's expression was one of recalculated respect. The tension broke. The pack's energy shifted, coalescing around Nicholas's unwavering will. I shifted back, collapsing to my knees on the dais, spent. Nicholas was instantly there, lifting me, holding me against his chest as if I weighed nothing. The pack saw their mighty Alpha cradling his fragile, powerful Luna. He carried me from the chamber, the roars of the pack following us, not of suspicion, but of rallying war cries. Back in his quarters, he laid me on the bed. The adrenaline was gone, leaving only a deep, hollow exhaustion. He sat on the edge, watching me. "You were magnificent," he said, the words stark and sincere. "I'm so tired," I whispered. "Sleep. The war begins at dawn. You are safe here." He made to rise. My hand shot out, fingers brushing his wrist. I didn't know why. The contact was electric. "Stay!" The word was out before I could stop it, born of a fear of being alone with the memories of the day's violence. He stilled. For a long moment, he just looked at our touching hands. Then, wordlessly, he kicked off his boots, lay down on the bed beside me, atop the furs, and pulled me into the solid, warm wall of his chest. He didn't speak. He just held me, his chin resting on my head, his heartbeat a steady drum against my back. In that guarded, impossible embrace, I felt safer than I ever had in my life. I let the rhythm of his heart lull me toward the edge of sleep. Just as oblivion claimed me, his voice, a low vibration against my spine, whispered into the dark. "When this war is over, Daisy, we will find your stepmother, and we will make her pay for every scar." It was a vow, a dark and beautiful promise. And as I slipped into sleep, cradled by my enemy, my protector, my Alpha, a final, treacherous thought whispered through my mind. I believe him. But the cliffhanger came not in the night, but with the dawn. I awoke to cold, empty sheets. Nicholas was gone. On the pillow beside me lay a single, perfect black rose and a note in his sharp, commanding script. "The border has fallen. Jaxon is marching on the stronghold. Eric will take you to the mountain vaults. Go, now, do not look back." And from deep below, through the very stone of the obsidian tower, came the first, earth-shaking boom of siege weapons. The note fell from my trembling fingers. "Jackson's forces have broken the border. The stronghold is under siege. Go to the vaults." Now, Nicholas's scent, pine and iron, was already fading from the empty space beside me. A distant, thunderous boom shook the obsidian walls, and the mournful howl of battle horns split the dawn. If only I had known that his command to flee was the first test I would fail. I didn't go to the vaults. The instinct to hide, to curl into the deepest, darkest hole, was a physical ache. But a newer, sharper instinct overrode it, a wire of defiance pulled taut in my chest. He had claimed me before his pack. He had vowed vengeance for my scars. I would not cower while his people fought for the war my existence had sparked. I dressed quickly in the simple, sturdy clothes left for me, my body still a symphony of dull aches from the forced transformation. The scars on my back and arms seemed to pulse, not with pain, but with a strange, anticipatory heat. The corridor outside Nicholas's quarters was chaos given form. Warriors sprinted in organized torrents, their armor clattering like angry beetles. The air vibrated with shouted orders, the clash of steel from distant courtyards, and the guttural roars of wolves already engaged. The scent of fear was sharp, but beneath it ran the cleaner, harder scent of resolve. Nightfang resolve. "Luna, you should not be here." Eric appeared, his technician's tunic replaced by a leather cuirass, a data tablet in one hand, and a wicked-looking short sword in the other. His usual clinical calm was etched with urgency. "Where is he?" I demanded, my voice cutting through the din. "The Alpha is at the western rampart directing the defense. The main force is there. Jaxon is leading the assault himself." Eric's eyes scanned me, noting my attire. "He ordered you to the vaults. It is the only secure place." I'm not going to the vaults, Eric. He opened his mouth to argue, but a closer explosion, one that made the stone beneath our feet shudder, decided for him. He muttered a curse. Then you will come with me to the triage station. It is in the inner courtyard, mostly secure. You can be of use there if you insist on being a target. What happened next changed everything. As we moved through the swirling chaos of the stronghold's main artery, a group of warriors rushed past, carrying a wounded comrade whose leg was a ruin of blood and splintered bone. His pain was a tangible cloud, and my scars, they itched, not the skin, but something beneath it. The hex mark on my shoulder blade, the one Faith had carved with her envy and her witch's poison, burned like a brand. A wave of dizziness hit me, and for a second the world swam. The running figures blurred, and I could smell the specific composition of the injury, the torn muscle, the seep of infection. Luna, Eric's hand was on my elbow, steadying me. I'm fine, I lied, shaking off the sensation. Take me to the wounded. The inner courtyard was a scene of organized brutality. Makeshift cots were arranged in rows, and the air was thick with the coppery scent of blood and the bitter tang of poultices. Healers and their assistants moved with frantic efficiency. Whimpers and low moans formed a wretched chorus. I saw immediately where I was needed, holding down a young warrior as a healer tried to set a dislocated shoulder, fetching clean water and bandages, speaking low, calming words that seemed to do little against the tide of agony. But with every injury I witnessed, the strange reaction intensified. A gash on a warrior's arm would make my own forearm tingle. A broken rib made my breath hitch. It was as if the hex was resonating, feeding on the pain around me. The mark on my back was a live coal. Healer, over here it's the toxin. The shout snapped my head up. 2 warriors staggered in, supporting a third who was convulsing, black veins crawling up his neck from a puncture wound on his collarbone. The same toxin used by the assassins in the armory. The head healer, an older woman with blood to her elbows, rushed over. She examined the wound, her face grim. I have no antidote for this. The Blood Moon alchemists have refined it. All I can do is make his passing easier. A cold certainty settled in my gut. This was Jaxon's signature, his cruelty weaponized. The convulsing warrior's eyes met mine, wide with terror and pain. And the hex, it screamed. It wasn't an itch or a burn anymore. It was a command. A pull so violent it stole my breath. Before I could think, I was moving, pushing past the healer. Luna, no, don't touch him, Eric cried. I ignored him. My hands, seemingly of their own volition, reached for the warrior's neck, framing the vial, spreading blackness. My palms settled against his fevered skin. A jolt, like grabbing a live wire, shot up my arms. The hex mark on my back blazed with agony, but it was a purging fire. The black veins under my hands began to recede, pulling back toward the puncture wound as if sucked by an invisible vacuum. The warrior's convulsions ceased. He took a ragged, deep breath, his eyes clearing. A stunned silence fell over our immediate area. The head healer stared, her mouth agape. Eric's analytical mind was visibly short-circuiting. The warrior I'd touched looked up at me, awe and confusion warring in his gaze. The pain, it's gone. The fire in my blood is gone. I pulled my hands back as if scalded. They were unmarked, but they felt charged, humming with a strange energy. The hex's burning had subsided to a warm, satisfied thrum. It hadn't hurt me. It had consumed the poison. Used the pain as fuel. What did you do? The head healer whispered. I had no answer. Faith, curse born of envy, meant to twist and break me, had it somehow twisted into something else. A perverse healing. A power that fed on injury to mend it. A new, more frantic commotion erupted at the courtyard's arched entrance. Lyra, the general, stormed in, her armor splattered with mud and gore. Her sharp eyes found me instantly. "Luna, you are needed on the rampart." "Now." "The Alpha," Eric started. "The Alpha holds the line," Lyra cut in, her voice a blade. "But Jaxon is using witch fire on the gates. Our shields won't hold. Nicholas commanded that if you did not go to the vaults, you were to be brought to him." Her gaze flicked to the healed warrior, then back to me, 1,000 questions in that glance. "It seems he anticipated your disobedience. Move." The journey to the western rampart was a descent into a painting of hell. The majestic obsidian walls were scorched. The air rained fine ash and the reek of burning magic and death. The sounds were a physical assault. The thwump of catapults, the sizzle-crackle of unnatural fire, the screams of the dying, and the constant, bestial roar of battle. We found Nicholas at the heart of the storm. He stood on the broad rampart, a figure of terrifying majesty. His armor was dented, his face streaked with soot and blood that was not his own. He radiated power and fury, barking orders that were carried away by the wind. Below, on the scarred plain, the forces of Blood Moon clashed with the Nightfang defenders. And there, at the forefront of the enemy, was Jaxon. He rode a massive, armored werewolf, hurling bolts of sickly green witch fire at the mighty main gates, which now glowed a dangerous, cracking orange. Nicholas sensed my approach before I reached him. He turned, and for a fleeting second, the mask of the implacable Alpha slipped. Raw, terrifying concern flashed in his eyes before it was buried under necessity. "I told you to go to the vaults," he growled, but it lacked its full force. "I'm not good at following orders," I shouted over the din. A ghost of a smile touched his lips, gone in an instant. "I'm beginning to see that." His eyes then narrowed, taking in my state. "What happened? Your power," it stirred. Before I could answer, a particularly massive bolt of witch fire struck the gates. A deafening crack echoed, and a fissure split the ancient, enchanted wood. A cheer went up from the Blood Moon forces. "We cannot hold the gates for another volley," Lyra yelled. "The enchantments are failing." Nicholas's jaw tightened. He was calculating, weighing impossible options. To sally forth was to be overwhelmed. To let the gates fall was to let the enemy into the stronghold's heart. The hex mark on my back pulsed in time with the dying glow of the gate's magic. It wasn't just feeding on pain. It was attuned to magic, to hostile, malicious energy. Faith's envy, Jaxon's poison, this witch fire, they were all cut from the same cruel cloth. A reckless, insane plan crystallized in my mind. "The witch fire," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "My hex, it reacts to it, to poison, to harmful magic." Nicholas's gaze snapped to me, understanding and denial warring within it. "No, absolutely not. You brought me up here for a reason," I countered. "You knew I wouldn't hide. Let me try. It will kill you, Daisy, or it might save everyone in this stronghold." I took a step toward the rampart's edge, toward the seething green fire. "He's using the same essence that's in me, Nicholas. I can feel it. Let me try." Lyra looked between us, a strategist seeing a desperate, viable move. "Alpha, the gates!" Another impact. The fissure widened. Through it, I could see Jaxon's triumphant, snarling face. Nicholas's hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. His touch was electric, a current of fear and ferocious protectiveness. "If you feel it tearing you apart, you stop. You come back. That is an order." I just nodded, pulling my wrist free. I moved to the very edge, the wind whipping my hair. I closed my eyes, focusing not on the battle, but on the scar tissue woven into my soul. On Faith's hate. On the curse meant to make me a monster. I didn't fight it. I invited it. I reached for the hex. It unfurled like a poisonous flower, a dark, hungry warmth spreading from my core. I opened my eyes just as Jaxon, sensing a new presence, drew back his arm to hurl another concentrated sphere of witch fire, this one directly at our section of the wall. "Now, Daisy," Nicholas roared. I didn't raise my hands. I simply opened myself. The hex flared, a vortex of desperate, twisted need. The sphere of sickly green fire veered from its path. It wasn't deflected. It was drawn. Like iron to a magnet, it arced through the air and slammed into my chest. The world vanished in an explosion of silent, green agony. There was no sound, only a consuming cold fire that raced through every vein, every nerve. It sought to obliterate me, to unravel my very being. But the hex was ready. It was a predator, and this was its prey. I felt the curse inside me latch onto the invasive magic, not to repel it, but to devour it. The pain was beyond anything. The transformation, the scars, the poison. It was the pain of being unmade. I dimly heard screams, Nicholas's, a raw, shattered sound, but they were miles away. I was a conduit, a living lightning rod for destruction. The green fire swirled around me, pouring into the insatiable void of the hex. And then it was over. The witch fire winked out. I staggered, my vision swimming. I was still whole, more than whole. The hex thrummed with a sated, dangerous power, a belly full of stolen magic. On the plain below, Jaxon stared, his face a mask of utter disbelief. His source of witch fire was spent, but the cost was written in my body. I looked down at my hands. Delicate, tracery-like black veins, mirroring the toxin patterns, glowed faintly under my skin before fading. The hex mark on my back felt larger, more intricate, a permanent brand of what I had just done. I turned to Nicholas. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a fear I knew was for me. The rampart was utterly silent, every warrior staring at the scarred girl who had swallowed a killing curse. I took a shaky step toward him. "The gates," I managed to whisper, but the words died in my throat, because the look on Nicholas's face shifted. The fear was still there, but it was joined by something else. A dawning, horrified realization. He wasn't looking at my face anymore. He was staring at my neck, at the space above the collar of my shirt. My hand flew to my skin. There, where the witch fire had struck, where the hex had feasted, was a new mark. Not a scar. A symbol. A small, intricate, and unmistakable emblem that had been seared into my flesh. It was the lost royal crest of the Shadow Moon dynasty. The very lineage whose annihilation had sparked the Continental Wars centuries ago. A lineage of werewolves said to possess a terrifying, innate affinity for magic. A lineage everyone believed was extinct. The cliffside wind howled, but the silence between us was louder. Nicholas finally met my eyes, his Alpha's composure shattered. "Daisy," he breathed, the word barely audible. "What are you?" And from the plain below, carried on the suddenly still air, came Jaxon's voice, triumphant and chillingly clear, his words meant for me alone, yet heard by all. "I knew it! The last heir of Shadow Moon. She is mine." The crest on my skin pulsed, a phantom heartbeat of stolen fire. Jaxon's roar of triumph cut through the ringing in my ears. "Mine!" If only I had known the truth wasn't a sanctuary, but a deeper cage. Chaos erupted on the rampart. Nicholas's snarl was a physical force, a promise of evisceration that made the very stones tremble. He moved, a blur of obsidian and fury, placing his body between me and the distant, gloating figure of Jaxon. But he didn't look at me. His entire being was focused on the threat, his alpha aura crashing over the walls like a tidal wave to meet Jaxon's gleeful malice. "Get her inside!" Nicholas's command was ripped from a throat half-shifted. Strong hands, Eric's, closed on my shoulders. I was numb, the world moving through syrup. The brand on my arm felt colder than the mountain air, a searing ice. Shadow Moon. The lost dynasty. The pack destroyed for its tyranny, its name a curse whispered to frighten pups. My heritage wasn't just hidden, it was a death sentence. Screech, thud. A fresh volley of arrows, these tipped with witch fire, slammed into the battlements above us. Shards of molten stone rained down. Eric yanked me back, his body curving over mine as we stumbled through the arched doorway into the relative shelter of the guard tower. The sounds of battle, clashing steel, war cries, the sizzle of magic, muffled, replaced by the frantic drum of boots on stone, and the moans of the wounded being dragged inside. The Alpha's quarters. Now, Eric gritted out, his face pale. He wasn't looking at my face, but at my arm. The crest was fading, sinking back into my skin like a shameful secret, leaving only a faint silver tracery. It wasn't gone, it was just hiding again. He knew, I whispered, my voice raw. Jaxon, he didn't buy a scarred werewolf, he bought a shadow moon. Move, was all Eric said, his grip unyielding. We navigated the choked corridors, a river of panic flowing around us. Whispers followed, sharp and pointed. Saw the mark. Shadow moon crest by the moon. What has he brought into our heart? The words were barbs, finding the tender spaces between my ribs. The fragile, hard-won acceptance I'd scraped together in the council chamber shattered. I was no longer just an outsider. I was the ghost of their oldest enemy, living in their den. Eric shoved open the heavy door to Nicholas's private quarters. The sitting room was empty, the fire dying to embers. He didn't leave me at the door. He followed me in, his technician's mind clearly warring with his warrior's duty. "Show me," he said, his voice clipped. I didn't pretend to misunderstand. With trembling fingers, I pushed up the sleeve of the borrowed tunic. The silver tracery was clearer now, a delicate, sinister filigree snaking from my inner elbow to my wrist. A stylized mountain peak under a slivered moon, the royal seal of a dead line. Eric hissed, leaning close. He didn't touch it. The hex, it's not a suppression, it's a concealment, an incredibly powerful, layered one. It didn't just hide your wolf and your scars. It buried your bloodline. He looked at me, his eyes wide with a kind of horrified awe. "What are you?" The door crashed open. Nicholas filled the doorway, his armor scorched, his knuckles bloody. The scent of smoke and violence clung to him. His gaze locked onto mine, and for the first time since the rampart, he truly saw me. The fury in his eyes didn't lessen, but it changed target. "Out," he said to Eric, the word a low rumble. Eric didn't hesitate. He fled, closing the door softly behind him, leaving me alone with the tempest. Nicholas crossed the room in 3 strides. He didn't embrace me. He took my arm, his touch firm but not cruel, turning it to examine the fading mark. His thumb brushed over the silver lines. A jolt, like static, passed between us. His jaw tightened. "Jaxon is pulling back," he said, his voice terrifyingly calm. Regrouping, he got what he wanted, a declaration. "He has told every wolf on this mountain in every pack what you are. The siege isn't over. It's just entered a new phase." I tried to pull my arm back, but he held fast. "I didn't know," I choked out. "I swear, Nicholas, I didn't." "I know." The 2 words cut through my panic. His eyes met mine, storm gray and relentless. "The Hex, your stepmother. She was no simple, jealous human, was she? She was a tool. Someone placed you with her. Someone who knew what you were, and went to great lengths to hide it." The floor seemed to drop away. Faith's cruel, pinched face swam in my memory, her obsessive hatred. The specific, strange herbs in the tea that tasted of ash and sorrow. "She said my mother was a whore who died in a ditch. She never spoke of my father." "Your father," Nicholas said, releasing my arm to pace before the fire, "was the last Shadow Moon Alpha, Lysander. He died 20 years ago along with his entire pack, his bloodline purged in the rebellion. It was said no heir survived." He stopped, pinning me with his gaze. You are a political earthquake, Daisy, a living claim to a throne that was shattered, a symbol, one that Jaxon and others will use to legitimize a power grab. The weight of it crushed the air from my lungs. So I'm a weapon, whether I want to be or not. You are my weapon, he corrected, a possessive, savage edge to his voice. My Luna, my claim. Jaxon declaring his right to you is an act of war against me. It is no longer about a stolen purchase. It is a challenge for dominion. He came back to me, cupping my face, forcing me to hold his gaze. The hex is breaking. Your power is awakening. You neutralized witch fire. You can heal blood moon toxin. What else can you do? I shook my head, tears of frustration welling. I don't know, it's not a tool I wield, Nicholas. It's a thing that feeds. It ate my pain for years. It ate the poison. It ate the witch fire. It's hungry. And I'm terrified of what it will crave next. What happened next changed everything. His expression softened, not into pity, but into a ruthless kind of understanding. Then we feed it the right things. We turn your curse into our blade. But to do that, you cannot hide. Not from me, not anymore. A frantic knock at the door broke the intensity. Alpha, the council demands an audience. They are agitated. Nicholas's eyes never left mine. Tell them they're Luna and I will be there shortly. The whisper beyond the door stuttered an affirmation and footsteps retreated. The council, I breathed, dread a cold stone in my stomach. They'll want me executed, or handed over to avoid a war. They will want many things, Nicholas agreed, his thumb stroking my cheekbone. But they will get what I give them. You stood for this pack when Selene betrayed it. You healed our warriors. You saved our gates. That is the truth we lead with. The Shadow Moon blood is a complication, not the definition. He leaned down, his forehead resting against mine, his next words a vow whispered into the space between our lips. But hear this. That mark on your skin changes nothing for me. You are mine. The world will burn before I let another take what is mine. For a moment, I believed him. I let the solid, terrifying certainty of him anchor me. But the doubt was a serpent, coiling in my gut. He is an alpha first. What happens when the cost of keeping me is the annihilation of his pack? The walk to the War Council chamber was a march to the gallows. The whispers in the corridors had died, replaced by a thick, hostile silence. Warriors and servants alike averted their eyes, not in submission, but in rejection. The air tasted of fear and ozone. The great geode chamber was packed, not just with the council, but with every high-ranking warrior and elder who could squeeze inside. The pressure of their collective gaze was a physical weight. Kieran, the elder, stood at the head of the stone table, his face like granite. Lyra beside him, her analytical eyes missing nothing. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Nicholas didn't lead me to a seat. He walked me to the center of the open floor, placing us on trial before them all. The Blood Moon siege continues, Kieran began, bypassing any greeting. Their losses were significant, but their objective was achieved. They have broadcast a truth that destabilizes our position with every allied and rival pack on the continent. His old eyes, flinty and cold, landed on me. They claim we harbor the last Shadow Moon, a bloodline deemed anathema, a living provocation. She is my Luna, Nicholas's voice boomed, leaving no room for argument. Her blood does not change her standing. Her actions today, healing our wounded, breaking the witchfire assault, prove her loyalty and her value. A younger warrior, bandaged from the fight, stepped forward. It was the man I'd healed in the courtyard. His expression was torn, caught between gratitude and deep-seated fear. She saved my life. The toxin was killing me. I felt it drain away, but then I saw the mark. He looked at me, pained. The Shadow Moon dynasty enslaved packs, practiced blood magic. They were monsters. Is that power what healed me? Am I indebted to a monster? The question hung in the air, brutal and honest. Lyra spoke, her voice cutting through the murmurs. Strategic assessment. Jackson's forces are reinforced by at least one rogue witch, providing the witch fire. His declaration has turned a border skirmish into a legitimacy war. If we kill her, she said, with chilling pragmatism, we remove his casus belli, but we also destroy a potent asset and publicly submit to his dictate. If we keep her, we must fully integrate her, publicly and completely, and be prepared to fight a war of annihilation on all fronts. There is a third option, a new voice interjected. All heads turned. Selene stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 guards, her wrists bound. She had been brought from the cells. Her beauty was marred by bruising, but her eyes burned with fanatical zeal. Give her to him, not as submission but as a Trojan horse. Send the shadow moon heir back to him. Let her power consume him from within. Let the 2 curses destroy each other. A chilling silence followed. The ruthless logic of it appealed to the pack's survival instinct. I felt the shift in the room, the collective consideration of sacrificing the abomination to save the whole. Nicholas moved. So fast he was a blur. He backhanded Selene across the chamber. She hit the wall with a sickening crunch and slid down, unconscious. The violence was so sudden, so absolute, it stole the breath from the room. The next person who suggests harming or bartering my Luna, Nicholas said, his voice deceptively soft, will join her in the mountain's deepest pit without the courtesy of a trial. He turned his back on her crumpled form, facing his council, his pack. This is not a debate. Daisy is Nightfang. She is Luna. The Blood Moon Pack has declared war. We answer. Not with schemes of betrayal, but with steel and fang. We fight. The finality in his voice was absolute, but Kieran was not cowed. Then we must know what we fight with, Alpha. We must know the full extent of the asset. He looked at me. The hex is broken. Your power is awake. What is its nature? What are its limits? All eyes were on me. I was exposed, raw. I looked at Nicholas. His gaze was a command and a promise. Stand. I took a shuddering breath. It consumes malice, poison, pain, magical attack. It turns the energy meant to harm into something else. Healing, neutralization. I don't control its hunger. I can only point it. Can you direct it? Lyra asked sharply. Offensively. The thought made me nauseous. To use this thing inside me, this legacy of tyrants, to actively hurt. I don't know. We need to know, Kieran pressed. Before the next assault, we must test its capabilities. Nicholas's growl was a warning. She is not a laboratory specimen. She is our front line now, whether we like it or not. Kieran shot back, his composure breaking. Alpha, your claim binds her fate to ours. We must understand the weapon we are all forced to depend upon. The room erupted into shouted arguments. Proposals, fears, battle plans colliding. I stood in the eye of the storm, the mark on my arm itching, a dormant fire waiting for fuel. Through the cacophony, a new sound penetrated, a deep, resonant boom that vibrated through the mountain stone. Then another. Not an attack on the walls, it was coming from below. The chamber fell silent. Every wolf felt it through their paws. A rhythmic, powerful pounding. Boom, boom, boom. It was the sound of something huge, something ancient, striking against the very foundations of the obsidian tower. A messenger, pale as death, stumbled into the chamber, his chest heaving. Alpha. The mountain vaults, the sealed levels, something is answering. Nicholas's head snapped toward me, a dawning, horrific understanding in his eyes. What did you take into yourself on that rampart? Before I could answer, the messenger gasped out his report, his voice trembling with a primal fear. The witch fire, it didn't just carry the crest. The scouts say the blast she absorbed, it carried a waking call. It's not just Jaxon at our gates. His eyes, wide with terror, found mine. The thing in the deep dark beneath our feet, it's calling for its queen. The pounding from beneath the mountain didn't stop. It was a deep, rhythmic thud, thud that vibrated up through the obsidian floor, through the soles of my boots, and into the marrow of my bones. A heartbeat. The mountain had a heartbeat, and it was waking up. If only I had known what that heartbeat truly signified, I would have run into the siege outside without a second thought. In the council chamber, the sound froze everyone. The arguing ceased. Kieran's mouth hung open mid-sentence. Lyra's head snapped toward the floor, her eyes wide. Even Nicholas, a statue of furious authority, went still, his gaze dropping as if he could see through the rock. "What is that?" A younger warrior whispered, his voice swallowed by the next deep thud. "The vaults," Lyra said, her analytical tone sharp with alarm. "The seals on the deep vaults. Something is testing them." "Her," Selene spat from the floor, wiping blood from her lip, her eyes blazing with vindictive triumph as she stared at me. "It's answering her call. The Shadow Moon Witch has woken the mountain's curse." "Silence her!" Nicholas's command was a low growl, but his eyes were on me. The look wasn't accusation. It was assessment, a rapid calculation of a new, unstable variable. The connection was undeniable. The entity had stirred the moment I'd absorbed the witch fire. The moment my hidden heritage had been screamed to the world. The grizzled warrior from earlier burst back into the chamber, his face ashen. "Alpha, the tremors from below, they're causing fissures in the lower galleries. The western garrison reports the pounding is audible through the rock. The men are unsettled." "Jackson's forces," Nicholas demanded, tearing his gaze from me. "Holding position at the tree line. They've ceased their assault. It seems they hear it too." A grim, chilling realization settled over the room. Jaxon hadn't just wanted to reclaim me or kill me. He'd wanted to activate me, to use me as a key. The witch fire was a catalyst, and I was the lock. Kieran found his voice, old and strained. "Nicholas, we have a siege on our doorstep and a cataclysm under our feet. The source of both is in this room." He didn't point, but his meaning was clear. "The Council's recommendation stands. Contain the asset. Study the effect. We cannot fight a war on two fronts." "He's right, Alpha," Lyra said, though she sounded reluctant. "We need to understand the link between her and the entity, if we can sever it or control it." "I am not an it," the words ripped from me, fueled by a terror that was morphing into a cold, defiant rage. The scars on my back burned. "And I am not a key to your mountain's prison. I was brought here by you." I locked eyes with Nicholas. "You claimed me, this is the consequence." He didn't flinch. "I am aware." Thud, thud. The second impact was stronger. A fine black dust sifted from the ceiling. A low murmur of panic ran through the assembled warriors. "Eric," Nicholas said, his voice cutting through the noise. "The armory, now, you will examine her. I want to know everything about that Hex's interaction with the witch fire. Lyra, coordinate with the sentries. I want reports on that pounding every 30 seconds. Kieran, fortify the internal seals on the vault access tunnels. Use every resource." "And her," Kieran pressed, gesturing to me. "Comes with me," Nicholas said. It wasn't a suggestion. He crossed the chamber in 3 strides, his presence parting the crowd. He didn't grab me, but his hand closed around my upper arm, his grip firm, grounding. "The mountain has survived for centuries. It will hold a little longer. Jaxon is the immediate threat, and he knows he has stirred something. He will try to capitalize." He pulled me from the chamber, leaving the council to scramble. The sound of the pounding faded slightly as we moved into the inner corridors, but the vibration was everywhere, a constant, ominous hum in the stone. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice small against the mountain's heartbeat. "To the one place in this stronghold built to withstand anything," he said, his jaw tight. He led me not to the armory, but deeper into the mountain's heart, down spiraling staircases carved from the living rock. The air grew cooler, drier. The ornate torch sconces were replaced by glowing, moss-covered crystals set into the walls, casting an eerie blue light. We stopped before a massive, circular door made of a strange, dark metal, etched with runes that made my skin prickle. Nicholas placed his palm flat against it. A complex lock mechanism clicked and whirred, and the door slid open with a sigh of ancient hydraulics. Inside was not a room, but a vault. It was small, perhaps 20 feet across, lined with the same strange metal. Shelves held sealed containers, a few ancient-looking weapons, and stacks of leather-bound books. In the center was a simple cot and a table. It was a bunker. "My private reserve," Nicholas said, releasing my arm. "The walls are 3 feet of star iron and spelled granite. Nothing gets in or out. Not sound, not magic, not psychic pulses." "You're locking me in." The words were flat. After everything, it was still a cage. "I'm keeping you safe," he corrected, but the edge in his voice betrayed his own conflict. "From Jackson's assassins, from the Council's fear, and from whatever is pounding on the foundation of my home. In here, you are a variable contained. Out there," he glanced back at the door. "Out there, you are a trigger, and I cannot fight a war if I am constantly watching for the ground to swallow you." The cold logic of it was a knife to the gut. "So you'll hide me away while your pack dies above. That thing wakes up because of me, Nicholas. My Hex ate Jackson's magic. What if it's connected? What if I'm the only one who can stop it?" His eyes flashed. "You don't know that. You don't know anything about what you are or what that thing is. Throwing you at the problem is what Jackson wants. It's what the scared part of my council wants. I won't gamble with you. You gambled when you claimed me in that clearing." I shot back. "And I will see that gamble through," he said, stepping closer. The air in the small vault crackled. The pounding of the mountain was a distant ghost here, but the tension between us was immediate, deafening. "But I will do it on my terms. Not while you are reeling. Not while you are a beacon for every danger in this territory." A chime echoed softly from a small crystal on the wall. Nicholas touched it. Lyra's voice, tinny and strained, filled the vault. "Alpha, Jackson's forces are moving. They're not advancing. They're spreading, forming a containment perimeter around the stronghold's western and southern faces. They're digging in. It looks like a siege, but it also looks like they're waiting." "Waiting for what?" Nicholas growled. "For us to be weakened from the inside, sir. The pounding is intensifying. Minor rock falls in the lower east gallery. No casualties, but structural integrity is becoming a concern." Nicholas's hand balled into a fist. "Understood. Maintain defenses. I will be there shortly." The connection severed. He looked at me, a storm in his gaze. "Eric will be here soon to begin his examination. Tell him everything. Hold nothing back. The more we understand, the faster I can get you out of this box." He turned to leave. "Nicholas," he paused at the door. "What if it doesn't stop?" I asked, hugging myself. "What if the mountain breaks open before your war is over?" He didn't look back. "Then we will face it, together. But first I have to win the war at my gates." The massive door sealed behind him with a final, resonant clang. The silence in the vault was absolute, a thick, pressurized void. I was alone with the hum of the crystals and the terrifying, newly revealed truth of my blood. What happened next changed everything. I don't know how long I sat on the cot, listening to the sound of my own breath. The complete absence of the mountain's heartbeat was somehow worse than feeling it. It meant the entity was still there, pounding, and I was just deaf to it. Cut off. A softer series of chimes sounded, and a smaller, person-sized door within the larger one slid open. Eric entered, carrying a sleek metal case. He looked even more serious than usual, his technicians calm, strained at the edges. "Daisy," he said with a curt nod. "The Alpha has ordered a full spectral and magical resonance scan. We need to map the remnants of the witchfire energy in your system and its connection to the external phenomenon." "I'm a phenomenon now," I said dully. "You are an unprecedented magical event," he corrected, setting his case on the table. He pulled out strange devices, a crystal lens on a stand, several silvery wires, a tablet that glowed with soft light. "The hex that concealed you is of a make I've never seen. Its reaction to hostile magic is aggressive, consumptive. We need to know if that reaction is over or if it's still active." He approached me. "I need to see the scar matrix, the point of contact." A fresh wave of shame washed over me, but it was duller now, buried under layers of fear and urgency. I turned, pulling the back of my tunic up. The cool air of the vault touched the raised, intricate scars. Eric let out a low hiss. "By the moon." What is it?" "It's glowing," he said, his voice filled with clinical awe. "The pattern, it's emitting a faint, violet luminescence. It wasn't doing that before the witch fire." He hurried to his equipment, adjusting the crystal lens. "Please remain still. This won't hurt." A beam of soft white light passed over my back. On his tablet, an image resolved. A topographical map of my scars, but superimposed over it was a raging, violent storm of purple and black energy, swirling like a captive galaxy. At its core was a pinpoint of blinding silver. "The witchfire energy," Eric murmured, tapping the screen. "It's not dissipating, it's being processed. Broken down. The silver core, that's different. That's you. Your innate power, maybe. It's feeding on the foreign magic." "Feeding," the word sent a chill through me. "Converting it. The hex isn't just a shield. It's a metabolic engine for malicious magic. It eats threats to preserve the host." He looked at me, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "Daisy, this isn't a simple concealment spell. This is a preservation spell. Of immense, ancient power. Someone didn't just want to hide you. They wanted to keep you alive until you were strong enough to..." "To what?" He shook his head, bewildered. "I don't know. Reign, return. The energy signature, it's old. Older than the rebellion. It's tied to the land itself." He connected the silvery wires to small nodes, placing them gently around the edges of my scarred skin. "I'm going to try to measure the resonant frequency, to see if it matches the seismic pulses." The moment the last node was attached, the vault vanished. No, not vanished. I was somewhere else. I stood in a vast, dark cavern. Before me was a prison not of metal, but of light. A colossal lattice of searing, golden chains, wrapping around a form so vast and dark it was like a piece of the night sky given shape. It had no clear form, only shifting shadows and the glint of something like obsidian scales. And eyes. Dozens of eyes, slitted and intelligent, all opening and fixing on me. The pounding was deafening here. It was the sound of that form throwing itself against the golden chains. Thud, thud. A voice, not a sound but a vibration in my very soul, echoed through the darkness. "Blood of the Keeper, you have come. The key TURNS. The cage weakens." I tried to speak, to ask what it was, but I had no voice in this place. "The false king above seeks to use the key. To free me and bend me. He is a fool. I am hunger. I am consumption. I am the shadow that eats the sun." The entity strained, and a chain groaned, a single link glowing white-hot. "But your hunger mirrors mine. The hex they gave you is a fragment of my own binding, a taste of my nature. To hide you, they made you like me." The revelation was a sucker punch. My hex, a piece of this. My power to consume poison and magic, it was a diluted version of whatever this thing was. "Break the chains," heir of Shadowmoon. Use the fire you stole. Free me. And together, we will devour them all. The vision shattered. I gasped, collapsing forward onto the cot. The wires on my back sparked and went dead. Eric stumbled back, his tablet screen cracked and dark. "What did you do?" he breathed, horrified. I was shaking, cold sweat beading on my skin. "I saw it. I heard it. It's not just an entity, it's a prisoner. And my hex, it's made from the same magic that binds it." I looked at him, terror and a horrifying, dawning understanding clawing at my insides. Jaxon doesn't just want me to wake it up. He wants me to merge with it. He wants to unleash it through me. Eric stared at his broken equipment, then at me. The clinical detachment was gone, replaced by primal fear. The resonance, it was a perfect match. Your scar's energy signature and the seismic pulses are the same frequency. You're not just the key, Daisy. He swallowed hard. You're the lockpick, and you're actively picking it just by being here, just by holding that witch fire inside you. The main vault door hissed open. Nicholas stood there, his armor scorched, a fresh cut on his cheek. The smell of smoke and battle clung to him. "Jaxon has unleashed the rogue witches again," he said, his voice gravelly with exhaustion and fury. "They're not aiming at the walls. They're aiming at the mountain, at the foundations near the vault access tunnels. They're trying to break the seals from the outside, while the thing inside pounds from within." He looked from Eric's pale face to my trembling form. "What did you find?" Eric opened his mouth, but I spoke first, my voice a hollow echo in the metal room. "You have to get me out of this mountain. Right now." Nicholas's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because every second I'm here, I'm feeding it. The witch fire I absorbed is resonating with the entity. My presence is amplifying its power. It's talking to me, Nicholas. It wants me to set it free." I stood, my legs barely holding me. Jaxon's witches aren't trying to destroy the mountain. They're trying to feed it more power. They're trying to give me more power so I can break the chains. The implications hung in the air, more terrifying than any siege. Nicholas processed it, his alpha mind racing through strategies. Evacuate me, risk Jaxon capturing me, leave me here, risk the mountain erupting. Before he could decide, the entire vault lurched. A deafening, grinding roar of shearing rock echoed from beyond the door, 1,000 times louder than the pounding had ever been. Lyra's voice screamed from the calm crystal, distorted with panic and crashing noise. "Alpha, breach, the western lower vault tunnel, the bombardment collapsed it. We have a direct opening to the sealed levels, and we have hostile contact. Something is coming out." The cliffhanger wasn't the roar or Lyra's words. It was the sound that followed, filtering through the star iron door. Not a pound, not a roar. It was a scrape, a vast, heavy, dragging scrape of scale on stone moving upward. And then a howl, but not a wolf's howl. This was a sound of pure, ancient hunger tearing its way into the world. It was the voice from my vision made real. The entity was no longer knocking. It was climbing out. The howl of ancient hunger didn't fade. It seeped into the stone, into my bones, replacing the pounding heartbeat with something far worse. The sound of something moving, something vast and climbing. "It's out," I whispered, the words stolen by the deep, grinding scrape of stone on stone from far below. The tremor that shook the star iron vault was different now, not a pulse, but a dragging, shifting quake. Dust rained from the ceiling. Nicholas's grip on my arm was iron. His face was a mask of apocalyptic calculation. "The variable is no longer contained. Eric, status of the lower vaults." Eric, pale but focused, tapped frantically on his tablet. "Western lower vault tunnel is fully breached. Structural integrity alerts are cascading from sub-level 5 up to 3. It's ascending. Seal the sector," Nicholas commanded, his voice cutting through the groaning mountain. "Mobilize every warrior to the central galleries and the armory level. We funnel it there. It's the only choke point before it reaches the residential tiers." Lyra's voice crackled over the comms device in his hand. "Alpha, we have visual from remote sensors in the sub-level 3 conduit. It's shadow given form. It's consuming the light. And the witchfire bombardment has intensified on the western face. They're not trying to break in anymore. They're lighting a path for it." The truth was a cold knife. Jaxon wasn't just feeding me power. He was hurting the entity, using the witchfire like a beacon, driving the hungry thing upward through the guts of the mountain, toward me. "He wants it to find me," I said, the realization hollowing me out. "The key and the lock together." "Not on my watch," Nicholas snarled. He turned to me, his eyes blazing with ferocious intent. "The plan changes. You are not a variable to be isolated. You are the only possible dam. Your hex consumed its energy. Can you stop it?" The entity's voice slithered through the residual connection in my mind. "Come, little key, unlock the feast. Let us consume the light together." "I don't know how to control it," I admitted, terror making me honest. "It just happens. When there's pain or poison, then we give it a target," Nicholas said, a brutal, desperate strategy forming. "We lead it to the source of the malice, to Jaxon's witches. You want to use her as bait." Kieran's voice boomed from the vault entrance. The elder stood there, flanked by 4 grim warriors. "Alpha, the thing is loose. The priority is pack evacuation and containing the breach, not gambling on the Shadow Moon Air's unstable magic." The title was a slap. Nicholas stepped between Kieran and me, his dominance flooding the small room, pressing everyone back a step. "The priority is survival. If that thing reaches the surface, there is no containment. It will consume everything, starting with this mountain. Daisy is the only weapon we have that interacts with its energy. The decision is made." He looked back at me. "Can you do this? Can you walk toward that sound?" The scraping was louder, closer. I could feel its hunger like a vacuum in my soul, pulling at the strange, swirling power the witchfire had left inside me. It wasn't just asking. It was demanding. I met his gaze. Saw the absolute trust there, the terrifying weight of his gamble. He was staking his pack, his kingdom on me, the broken girl with the hidden scars. I nodded, my throat tight. "I can." What happened next changed everything. We moved not as protector and protected, but as partners in a doomed dance. Nicholas barked orders into his comm, directing warriors to fall back, to create a deliberate corridor from the lower vaults up through the main gallery toward the western rampart, where Jaxon's witches still hurled their green fire against the shields. The stronghold was a chaos of sound. Alarms wailed. The deep, grinding progress of the entity was underscored by the shouts of warriors, the cries of the wounded being evacuated, and the constant, thunderous impact of witch fire on stone. The air smelled of ozone, blood, and now, a strange, metallic coldness that rose from below. We left the star iron vault, and the psychic pressure returned tenfold. "Closer." "Ignore it," Nicholas commanded, his hand on the small of my back, a point of grounding heat. "Focus on my voice, on the plan. We reach the western gallery, you draw its attention. The witches are your target. Let your power see their magic as the poison. Let it feed." It was a perverse reversal. My curse, my hidden shame, was now to be unleashed as a weapon. The scars on my back seemed to burn beneath my tunic. We entered the main gallery, a vast, cavernous space usually used for gatherings. Now it was a tactical nightmare. Warriors formed staggered defensive lines, their weapons pointed not at the entrances, but at a massive, sealed archway that led to the lower levels. The archway's reinforced doors were buckling inward, coated in a creeping, living darkness that drank the torchlight. Lyra stood at the front, her sword gleaming. "It's at the door, the shadow, it's dissolving the metal." "Fall back," Nicholas ordered. "To the western passage, now," the disciplined retreat began. But as the warriors moved, the doors gave way with a shriek of tortured metal. Not a burst, but a slow, viscous melt. And from the darkness within, it emerged. The entity was not a solid beast. It was a storm of shadows and fragmented, half-glimpsed forms, jaws, claws, coils, all swirling around a core of profound, starless dark. Its passage was silent save for the grind of stone beneath it, and the chilling, hollow howl that seemed to emanate from its very center. The light didn't just dim near it. It vanished, swallowed whole. A young warrior, too slow in his retreat, stumbled. A tendril of shadow lashed out, not touching him, but passing through the space he occupied. He didn't scream. He simply faded, his form dissolving into motes of light that were instantly sucked into the swirling dark. A collective gasp of horror froze the room. "Consumption," the voice sighed in my mind, satisfied. My hex reacted. A fierce, cold burn ignited in my chest, a voracious answer to the entity's display. The witchfire energy inside me spun faster, resonating with a painful, magnetic pull. "Daisy," Nicholas said, his voice taut. "It's calling it," I gasped, clutching my chest. "The power it wants to go home." "Then lead it home to the ones who sent it," he urged, pushing me toward a side passage. "Move." We ran, the entity flowing after us like a tidal wave of night. It didn't hurry. It was inevitable. We burst onto the western gallery, a long, high-walled walkway open to the besieged mountainside. The night air was thick with the stench of witch fire. Green flames clung to the magical shields, which flickered dangerously. On the distant ridge, I could see the silhouettes of Jaxon's witches, their arms raised, chanting. And there, standing before them, larger than life even at this distance, was Jaxon himself. He saw us, saw me. His triumphant roar cut through the cacophony. "There! The air awakens the Ancient One. Now, you wretched girl, fulfill your destiny. Bring it to me." His words confirmed it all. He didn't want to kill the entity. He wanted to leash it, using my connection as the tether. The entity reached the gallery entrance behind us, its shadowy form pouring into the space, shrinking the world to a narrow path of light where we stood. Nicholas's warriors formed a desperate, final line between it and us, their faces etched with terror, but their bodies held firm by his will. "Now, Daisy," Nicholas shouted. I stepped forward, to the very edge of the crumbling rampart, the void of the entity at my back, the malicious green fire before me. I raised my hands, not knowing what I was doing, only feeling the immense, hungry pressure building inside. I focused on the witches, on their malice, on the poison they hurled at my pack. "You want to feed," I whispered to the power within, to the hex that was both my curse and my salvation. "Then eat." A bolt of witch fire screamed toward me. Nicholas moved to intercept, but I was faster. I didn't dodge. I reached for it. The emerald flame struck my outstretched palm. There was no explosion. There was a deafening, silent inhale. The witch fire vanished into my skin. The cold burn in my chest erupted into a conflagration of power so vast it blinded me. The scars on my back tore open, not in pain, but in release. Vines of pure, devouring shadow shot through with stolen green light, exploded from my body, not aimed at the witches, but arcing back over my shoulder into the heart of the approaching entity. The connection was instantaneous and catastrophic. The entity shrieked, a sound of reality tearing. The tendrils of my power, fueled by the very magic meant to guide it, speared into its shadowy mass. But I wasn't trying to hurt it. I was following the resonance, the twisted link Jaxon had created. My power acted as a conduit, a siphon. The entity's immense, ancient hunger met the directed, refined malice of the witch fire I'd absorbed. And my hex, the metabolic engine, processed it all. The shadowy beast didn't stop. It surged forward, but it was no longer following Jaxon's beacon. It was following my pull. The tendrils from my back were like guiding reins, not of control, but of irresistible attraction. "What is she doing?" Lyra yelled. "Redirecting the river," Nicholas breathed, awe and horror in his voice. The entity flowed over and around our defensive line, a hair's breadth from the warriors, its attention utterly fixed on the new, potent source of nourishment I had offered it, the origin point, the witches on the ridge. Jaxon's triumphant expression shattered into confusion, then dawning terror. "No, you defy its nature, you cannot command it." But I wasn't commanding. I was presenting a better meal. The entity, drawn by the amplified signal of its own magic now fused with mine, poured over the rampart like a waterfall of living darkness, descending the mountainside in a direct, relentless line toward the ridge. The witches broke formation, their chants turning to screams. Jaxon roared, shifting into his massive wolf form, a desperate attempt to stand his ground. I collapsed to my knees, the tendrils retracting, the connection severing with a psychic snap that left me bleeding from my nose. The power inside me was settling, gorged and heavy. I watched, numb, as the tidal wave of shadow reached the ridge. It didn't attack Jaxon. It washed over the witches. The green flames of their magic were snuffed out, then absorbed, adding their light to the dark. Their screams were cut off with terrifying finality. Jaxon, his fur singed by the passing shadow, was left isolated on a suddenly silent battlefield, staring at the thing that had just consumed his advantage. The entity, swollen and momentarily still, coalesced on the ridge. It turned, not toward Jaxon, not back toward the mountain. It turned its faceless attention upward to the sky. Then, with a world-shaking shudder, it began to change. The shadows compacted, solidified. The swirling forms stilled, knitting together into a rough, mountainous shape. The howl of hunger faded into a deep, rhythmic, and unmistakable sound. A heartbeat. Thump. It had consumed the witches, their magic, their malice. And now it was going dormant, digesting, turning the ridge into its new, temporary nest. The witch-fire bombardment had ceased. The night was silent, save for that slow, terrible heartbeat echoing from the ridge. Nicholas was at my side, lifting me. I was shivering violently, my body humming with alien power. The look in his eyes was no longer just protective. It was reverent and deeply afraid. On the ridge, Jaxon shifted back to his human form. He was too far to see his expression, but his stance was one of pure, incandescent rage. He pointed a single, accusing finger directly at me, his voice carried on some last shred of magic or sheer will, reaching us across the distance. "You see," he bellowed, his voice raw with fury and a terrifying vindication. "You all see what she is, not a weapon, a catalyst. SHE doesn't control the darkness. SHEBIRTHSIT. His words hung in the sudden, dreadful quiet, worse than any battle cry. I looked from Jaxon's furious silhouette to the newly formed, beating mound of shadow on the ridge. The entity was no longer imprisoned below. It was outside, dormant but present, and I had just shown every watching warrior, every elder, every terrified pack member, that I was intrinsically, undeniably linked to it. Nicholas held me close, his warmth the only anchor in a world that had just been fundamentally remade. But as I buried my face in his chest, I heard the whispers start among our own warriors on the gallery behind us. Whispers of awe, of terror. And one word, spoken not in hatred, but in sheer, uncomprehending dread, that sealed my new fate more completely than any prophecy. Necromancer. The cliff was gone. We were all in free fall. and the thing I had unleashed was now sleeping on our doorstep, its heartbeat a countdown to an unknown dawn. The word hung in the air, a poison more potent than any blood moon toxin. Necromancer. It wasn't a shout, but a collective whisper from 100 throats, a sound like dry leaves skittering over stone. It was the sound of my new name. If only I had known that naming a thing gives it power. Nicholas's arm tightened around me, a band of steel. His growl was a subsonic tremor that cut through the whispers, silencing them instantly. But he couldn't silence the terror in their eyes, reflected in the obsidian walls. I had saved them, and in doing so, I had become the monster under their mountain. Inside. Now, Nicholas commanded, his voice leaving no room for debate. He didn't release me, half carrying, half dragging me back from the shattered rampart. The distant ridge pulsed with a slow, shadowy heartbeat, a new landmark of dread. Jackson's furious roar echoed, a promise of vengeance, but it was a distant concern. The immediate threat was the horror I'd birthed, and the pack that now feared its mother. The main gallery was a tomb of sound. The retreating warriors gave us a wide berth, their eyes averted. Only Lyra and a grim-faced Eric held their ground, falling into step beside us. The entity is dormant, not dead, Lyra reported, her analytical tones strained. It's nesting. The energy signature is stable but immense. It's a siege engine he can't control, Alpha. He lost his witches, Nicholas said, his focus ahead. He's lost his advantage, for now. Eric's gaze was fixed on me, not with fear, but with a frantic, clinical intensity. The conduit link. When you redirected it, did you feel a reciprocal pull? Could it draw from you? I opened my mouth, but no sound came. My body was a hollow gong, still ringing from the entity's passage. The hex beneath my skin was no longer a scar or an engine. It was an open channel, cold and deep. Yes, I thought. It's hungry, and it knows where the kitchen is. We didn't go to the Star Iron Vault. Nicholas took me to his private quarters, the doors slamming shut on the world. The moment we were alone, his composure cracked. What did it say to you? He gripped my shoulders, his eyes searching mine with a ferocity that bordered on desperation. When it was inside you, when you called it, what did it say? The memory of the voice, vast and crumbling, filled my skull. Free me. It wants out, I whispered, my voice raw. It called me blood of the keeper. The chains that bind it, my hex is made from the same magic, a fragment. I'm not just the key, Nicholas. I'm part of the lock. He released me as if burned, pacing the length of the room like a caged wolf. The reaction was a physical blow. Then we sever the link. Eric will find a way. We'll cut that thing out of you. You can't. The protest burst from me, surprising us both. It's not a tumor. It's metabolic. It's woven into what I am. Cutting it out would be like trying to remove my own shadow. I hugged myself, the chill from within deepening. It's awake now, and it's listening. A heavy knock shook the door. Before Nicholas could answer, it opened. Kieran stood there, his expression carved from granite. Behind him, I saw Lyra, Eric, and several other elders and generals. The entire war council, in the heart of his private space. This cannot wait, Alpha, Kieran stated, his eyes sliding to me with undisguised revulsion. You have brought the heart of the Shadow Moon curse into our stronghold and unleashed a primordial devourer upon our territory. The pack is on the verge of fracturing. We demand a conclave. Now, Nicholas moved, a blur of motion, placing himself squarely between me and the door. You demand nothing. She is your Luna. She is a catalyst. A voice spat from the hallway, Selene, her face bruised from Nicholas's earlier strike, held back by two warriors, but her voice clear and sharp. She is a plague. Look what she's done. My attempt to treat with Jackson was to avoid this. The tension spiked, a live wire in the air. Nicholas's power flooded the room, a crushing weight of dominance. "You," he snarled, focusing on Selene, "are a traitor awaiting execution. Your opinion is ash." He then turned his gaze to Kieran. "We will convene, but not here, in the council chamber, in 1 hour. Daisy will be present." Kieran's jaw tightened. "To what end? To watch you decree our doom for the sake of a ghost." "To hear your Alpha," Nicholas said, his voice dropping to a deadly calm. "And to hear your Luna, 1 hour." The door closed, leaving us in a ringing silence. Nicholas didn't look at me. His shoulders were rigid, the weight of the pack, the war, and the waking nightmare outside pressing down on him. I was that nightmare. "You don't have to defend me," I said quietly. "I can go to the vault, isolate myself." He turned then, and the look in his eyes stole my breath. It wasn't fear or anger. It was a raw, possessive fury, but it was directed at the world, not at me. "No, you are mine, my claims, my mate. They will accept you, or they will burn with the rest." He strode to a heavy chest, unlocking it with a key from around his neck. He pulled out a circlet of dark, brushed metal, simple and unadorned. "You will stand beside me as my equal. Not as a prisoner, not as a victim. As my Luna." He placed the circlet on my head. It was cool, heavier than it looked. A symbol of authority I had never sought and did not deserve. The metal seemed to hum against my skin, resonating faintly with the low pulse still emanating from the ridge. "What happened next changed everything," I murmured, more to myself than to him. The walk to the War Council chamber was a gauntlet. Warriors lined the corridors, standing at stiff attention. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of our footsteps and the distant, rhythmic thumpy-thumpy from the world outside. The entity's heartbeat was our procession drum. The council chamber felt like a tomb. The obsidian walls seemed to drink the torchlight. Every seat at the vast stone table was filled. Kieran, Lyra, other elders I didn't know, generals with scarred faces. All watched as Nicholas led me to the head of the table. He did not sit. He stood behind his throne-like chair, hands gripping its back, and I stood beside him, the circlet a lead weight. "Speak," Nicholas said. "You have your conclave, voice your fears. Then I will voice my will." Kieran stood first. "The facts are plain. The Shadow Moon heir lives. The ancient entity, imprisoned by our ancestors at great cost, is awake. The two are connected. Jaxon seeks to use that connection. Every moment she remains within this mountain, the danger grows. The pack's loyalty is to you, Alpha, but you ask us to embrace our own extinction." Lyra stood, more measured. "The strategic landscape has shifted. Jackson's conventional forces are still a threat, but his magical advantage is gone, consumed. The entity, however, is an unpredictable WMD. Daisy demonstrated an ability to influence its direction, but not to control it. This makes her both our greatest potential weapon and our single point of catastrophic failure. I propose a controlled study. Isolate, observe, and attempt. You would make her a lab rat." Nicholas's voice was dangerously soft. "I would make her a solution," Lyra countered. "We contain the variable to understand it." A grizzled general slammed a fist on the table. "There is no understanding that. It's a force of consumption. It eats magic. It will eat us. The only solution is removal. Send her out. Let Jaxon have his prize, and let the two curses consume each other far from our borders." A rumble of agreement moved through the room. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it. They would vote me out. They would throw me to the wolves, both literal and metaphorical. Nicholas's knuckles were white on the chair. Then, a new voice, quiet but clear, cut through the din. Eric had been silent, taking notes. He looked up, his glasses glinting. "A question for the council. What is more dangerous than a hungry, awake entity?" Silence. He continued. A hungry, awake entity that is angry at us. If we exile Daisy, we are not severing the link. We are handing the entity's key and only known conduit to our enemy. Jaxon may have failed to control it today, but he is relentless. He will try again. And if he succeeds, what do you think his first command to a devouring shadow will be? Go eat the people who threw away your key. He let that sink in. Daisy is not just a connection. She is a buffer, a negotiator. She redirected it away from us. She is, functionally, the only diplomatic envoy we have to an apocalyptic force. The logic was cold, brutal, and it shifted the air in the room. They were now looking at me not just as a curse, but as a crucial piece in a deadly game. Kieran scowled. So we keep the viper in our bed, because it might bite the intruder first. This is insanity. It is survival, Nicholas finally boomed, his alpha power rolling through the chamber, demanding submission. You speak of removal of study of fear. You do not speak of Pack. She is mine. Therefore, she is yours. Her fight is our fight. Her curse is our curse. And her power, he said, looking down at me, will be our shield. He was declaring war not just on Jaxon, but on their doubts. The finality in his voice was absolute. It was then that the first tremor hit. A deep, grinding shudder passed through the mountain, as if a giant had turned in its sleep. Dust sifted from the ceiling. The thumpy thump from the ridge outside skipped a beat, then returned stronger. Thump thump, everyone froze. A young warrior, pale-faced, burst into the chamber without ceremony. Alpha, the entity, it's moving. It's attacking. Lyra was on her feet. No, it's growing. Tendrils of shadow are extending from the ridge, rooting into the earth. And the warrior's eyes found me, wide with terror. The western lower vault tunnel, the breach, the shadows are seeping back in. A cold worse than any I'd ever felt shot down my spine. The entity wasn't just nesting outside. It was reaching back into the mountain, back toward its prison, back toward me. The hex on my back ignited, not with pain, but with a profound magnetic pull. A yearning. The channel inside me yawned wide, begging to be filled. A ghostly whisper, not in my ears but in my very bones, echoed. Come home, Key, finish the unlocking. I gasped, clutching my chest. Nicholas was at my side in an instant. What is it? It's calling, I choked out. It's not trying to escape out, it's trying to pull everything in. The chamber devolved into chaos. Shouts, orders, the scrape of chairs, but Nicholas's focus was solely on me. Can you block it? Shut the link down. I tried. I mentally clawed at the channel, trying to wall it off to close the door. But the hex was never a door. It was a wound. And you can't close a wound by wishing it shut. The pull intensified, a dull ache deep in my marrow. The circlet on my head grew warm. It's using the resonance, Eric yelled over the din, staring at a handheld scanner that was flickering wildly. The witch fire she absorbed is acting as a harmonic beacon. The entity is following the signal back to its source. Another, stronger tremor rocked the mountain. A crack splintered up the obsidian wall. The decision was made for us. Evacuate the lower levels, Nicholas roared. All warriors defend the central galleries. Lyra, Kieran, secure the pack. He grabbed my hand, his grip iron. We're not running. We're going to the source. The breach, Lyra asked, horrified. To the edge of it, Nicholas corrected, his eyes blazing. If it wants a conduit, we give it one, but on our terms, Daisy. He looked at me, and in that look was a terrible request. Can you talk to it, not just listen? Can you speak back? The pull was a song of endless hunger. The whispers promised power, an end to weakness, a feast of all that had ever hurt me. To answer that call was to step into the abyss, but to refuse was to let it climb into our world unchallenged. I met his gaze, the weight of the pack, of the mountain, of the ancient thing beating like a heart upon us all. My voice, when it came, was steady. I can try. What happened next was not a battle of claws and teeth, but of will and whispers. We descended into the shuddering dark, toward the breached prison, toward the hungry heart of the mountain, and I prayed that the necromancer could convince the devourer to spare its own. The pull was a physical thing. As Nicholas led me from the council chamber toward the lower vaults, the echo of the entity's hunger was a hook in my sternum, reeling me in. Come, finish the unlocking. The mountain groaned around us, a deep tectonic complaint. Shadows, thick as oil, seeped from the cracks in the obsidian walls, tasting the air. It's getting stronger, I whispered, my voice swallowed by the cavernous corridor. The luna's circlet on my brow felt alien, a cold, beautiful weight. Nicholas's grip on my hand was iron. It's responding to you, to the power you absorbed. We negotiate from a position of strength, or we don't negotiate at all. Negotiate. A hysterical laugh bubbled in my throat. With that, it doesn't want to talk, Nicholas. It wants to consume. Then you remind it, he said, his voice a low growl that vibrated through the stone floor, that you are the one who fed it. You can starve it, too. If only I had known how literal that hunger would become. The journey downward was a descent into a nightmare's throat. The polished halls of the upper stronghold gave way to rough-hewn tunnels, the air growing colder, thicker, humming with a subaudible frequency that made my teeth ache. The star-iron torches, which usually burned with a steady white flame, flickered erratically, as if the light itself was being sucked away. Warriors flanked us, their faces grim, axes and swords gleaming in the unstable light. Eric was among them, a portable scanner in his hand, its screen a frantic dance of jagged lines. Energy spikes are coalescing around the breach point, he reported, his voice clinical but tight. It's not just leaking out anymore. It's building something, a bridgehead. Ahead, the tunnel ended in a scene of devastation. The western lower vault tunnel was a tomb of collapsed rock and melted stone. Jackson's witch fire had not just broken through. It had fused the mountain's flesh into grotesque, glassy sculptures. And in the center of the ruin, where the tunnel should have sealed into the mountain's heart, was a gaping maw. Not of rock, but of solidified shadow. It was a hole in reality. Through it, I could see the vast cavern of the entity's prison, the golden chains now dim and straining. But the entity itself was no longer a distant, chained form. Tendrils of pure darkness, each as thick as a tree trunk, had pushed through the breach. They writhed across the collapsed tunnel, anchoring themselves to the walls, the ceiling, the floor. They pulsed with a slow, vile rhythm, and with each pulse they grew, extending further into our world. The hook in my chest yanked violently. I stumbled, a gasp tearing from my lips. You came. The voice was no longer a distant whisper. It was a presence filling the tunnel, the air, my skull. It was the sound of a stomach growling in a silent hall. Bringer of the feast, Key, come closer. Nicholas stepped in front of me, his alpha aura erupting like a silent shockwave. The advancing shadows recoiled, hissing, but only for a moment. They began to seep forward again, more cautiously, testing. You will speak, Nicholas commanded the darkness, his voice echoing with absolute authority. You will parley, or you will be severed from this world and sealed anew. A low, grinding chuckle vibrated through the stone. Little Alpha, your light is a spark. My hunger is the ocean. You command nothing here. I command her, Nicholas snarled, not moving an inch. And she is your only conduit, your only hope of ever tasting freedom. The tendrils stilled. The oppressive attention focused entirely on me. I felt stripped bare, every scar, every memory, every flicker of my stolen power examined by a consciousness older than mountains. Speak, then, blood of the keeper. What do you offer? My mouth was dry. What did I have to offer a god of hunger? I thought of Faith's jealous cruelty, Jackson's possessive greed, the council's fearful suspicion. I thought of the pain I'd consumed, the poison, the witch fire. My hex thrummed in response, a sympathetic vibration with the darkness before me. "I offer you a bargain," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "Not a meal. All things are a meal. Time, space, hope. Bargains are simply meals that are chewed slowly." "Stop the incursion," I demanded, forcing strength into my words. "Pull back your shadows from the stronghold. Cease your growth on the ridge." And in return, the voice was dripping with amused anticipation. I took a shuddering breath. "In return, I will not starve you. I will not use my connection to you to seal you away forever. And I will consider your request." Consider, the word was a thunderclap of displeasure. A shadowy tendril lashed out, not at me, but at the tunnel wall beside us. It didn't strike the rock, it passed through it, and where it withdrew, the solid obsidian was gone, leaving a smooth, perfect semicircle of nothingness. The warriors flinched, weapons raised. The message was clear. It could unmake our world bite by bite. "You want to be unlocked," I said quickly, the cold fear a spike in my heart. "But you are chaos. You are consumption without purpose. If I free you, you will devour everything, including me, including him. Give me a reason not to believe that." The entity fell silent. The pulsing of the tendrils slowed. The crushing attention turned inward, contemplative. "Purpose," it mused, the word a decaying sigh. "A leash for the hunger. You wish to be my keeper. As your bloodline was sworn to be," I blinked. "My bloodline." The shadow moons, the first and last wardens. They built this prison from my own flesh, from stolen magic. They bound me with chains of will. But they grew afraid. They used the chains to hide, to hoard, to tyrannize. They forgot the bargain. The keeper feeds the hunger protects the keeper. Symbiosis. My mind reeled. Lysander, my father, his dynasty hadn't just ruled. They had been guardians. Corrupted guardians. The hex on me, a fragment of the entity's own binding magic, wasn't just to hide me. It was my birthright. My inherited tool. "The witch fire I absorbed," I said slowly. "It's what's waking you, breaking the old seals. It is seasoning, flavor. It is the call of the void, and I have slept so long. You are the conduit. Your will can direct the hunger, or you can let it roam free. Choose, keeper heir." Nicholas was watching me, his eyes blazing with fierce intensity. He didn't understand the ancient history, but he understood power dynamics. "It needs you, Daisy, more than you need it. That is your leverage." But was it? The tendril that had tasted the wall was now gently, almost curiously, probing toward the star-iron torch nearest to it. As it touched the metal, the white flame guttered and died. The metal itself didn't vanish, but it dulled, corroding instantly into black, brittle rust. The entity was learning, adapting, discovering new flavors in our world. "I grow weary of talk," the voice announced. "A show of faith, little keeper. A token." A single, slender tendril, no thicker than a vine, detached from the main mass and slithered across the floor toward me. It stopped at my feet, coiling upon itself. From its tip, it began to extrude something solid, something that gleamed with a faint, internal gold light. It was a shard, a broken link from one of the luminous chains that had bound it. "Take it," the entity commanded. "A piece of the old prison. A piece of my power shaped by your ancestors' will. Use it. Command a shadow, a small one, prove your blood. Prove you are more than a key, that you can be a keeper." I stared at the glowing shard. It hummed with a familiar energy, the same energy that lived in my scars and my hex. This was the source. Pure, undiluted, and offered freely. "Daisy, don't!" Eric warned from behind his scanner. "The energy signature is, it's symbiotic with your own. but it's orders of magnitude more potent. It could overwrite you. Or it could make you whole, the entity crooned. What are you, broken girl, without the power you fear? You are nothing. With it, you could be everything. You could make them all bow, even him. The last words were a venomous whisper aimed at the very core of my shame. I looked at Nicholas. His jaw was clenched, every muscle taut with the effort of not ripping me away from this place. He was trusting me. Against all instinct, he was trusting me to handle this. I bent down. My fingers closed around the chain shard. What happened next changed everything. It was not pain. It was a completion. A circuit closing. The dormant, reactive power within me, the hex that consumed pain and poison, suddenly had a conductor, a focus. The shard melted into my palm, not into skin, but into the very fabric of my power. A surge of cool, dark energy flooded my veins, not to consume me, but to answer me. I gasped, my vision swimming with stars and shadows. I could see the connections now, thin, shimmering lines of intent linking the massive tendrils back to the vast, dreaming consciousness in the cavern. And I could see the faint, trembling line that connected me to it. Now the entity whispered, a teacher guiding a pupil. Command. I didn't know what to command. I looked at the nearest shadow, a small, innocuous patch of darkness cast by a jagged rock. I focused on it, and with a thought that felt like flexing a new muscle, I pulled. The shadow detached from the rock. It pooled on the floor, then rose, shaping itself into a perfect, three-dimensional replica of the rock that had cast it, a shadow sculpture. I held it there, my will-a-taut string. The Nightfang warriors took a collective step back, a rustle of armor and hissed breaths. Nicholas's eyes were wide, not with fear, but with stunned revelation. Good, the entity purred, the first lesson. The hunger can shape as well as destroy. It can obey, for the right keeper. I released the shadow and it snapped back to its place. A wave of dizziness washed over me. The effort had been minimal, but the awareness was immense. I could feel the entity's satisfaction, a warm, dark tide. The incursion, I said, my voice ringing with a new, strange authority. Pull it back. Now, that was our bargain. For a long, tense moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a vast sigh, the colossal tendrils began to retract. They slithered back from the walls, the ceiling, peeling away from our reality and withdrawing through the breach. The whole of shadow remained, but the active invasion ceased. The pressure in the tunnel lessened. Your token of faith is received, Keeper, the entity said, its voice already growing fainter, retreating to its cavern. I will sleep a little longer. I will dream of the feast to come. Do not take too long to consider. My patience is hunger. The connection attenuated. The hook in my chest remained, but it was quiet, dormant. The tunnel was just a tunnel again, albeit one leading to a terrifying breach. The shadows were just shadows. Silence descended, broken only by the ragged breathing of the warriors and the distant groan of the mountain. I looked at my hand. Where the shard had entered, a new mark had formed, a tiny, intricate tattoo like a broken chain link, glowing faintly gold before fading into my skin. Eric was the first to speak, his scanner beeping frantically. The anomalous energy readings, they've receded to the point of origin. The growth on the ridge has stopped. For now. He looked at me, his scientific detachment completely shattered. What did you do? I made a deal, I whispered, exhaustion crashing over me. With the devil under the mountain. Nicholas stepped to me, his hands coming up to cradle my face. He searched my eyes, looking for the girl he'd claimed in the clearing. Are you still in there? He asked, his voice raw. I don't know, I answered truthfully. The power inside me was no longer a hidden, cursed thing. It was a tool, a weapon, a responsibility, and it was singing a duet with the darkness below. He pulled me to his chest, holding me tightly against the steady beat of his heart. "Then we find out together," he vowed into my hair. But as he held me, my new senses, sharpened by the chain shard, picked up something else. A different vibration, not from below, from above. A distant, rhythmic thrumming growing steadily louder. It was the sound of powerful engines, cutting through the mountain winds. A sound that didn't belong to wolves or ancient entities. Nicholas heard it too. He stiffened, his head snapping up toward the ceiling of the tunnel as if he could see through 1,000 feet of rock. "Eric," he barked, all softness gone. "Scan the upper atmosphere, now." Eric fumbled with his device, tuning it. The screen flickered, then displayed a new set of blips descending rapidly from the cloud layer. His face paled. "Unidentified aircraft, 3 of them heavy-lift models. They're not broadcasting any pack or human city signatures." He looked up, his eyes meeting Nicholas's. "Alpha, they're on a direct approach for our central landing spire." The mountain groaned again, but this time it wasn't the entity. It was the sound of the stronghold's automated defenses powering up, a deep hum that shook the very air. Nicholas's grip on me tightened, his expression turning to one of cold, furious recognition. "They're not here for war," he said, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. "They're here for an audience." He looked at me, and in his eyes I saw the final piece of the nightmare click into place. "The Council of Alphas," he snarled. "They've come to judge the necromancer." The thunder of engines wasn't thunder at all. It was judgment, descending from the sky. I stood frozen in Nicholas's arms, the new, cold weight of the chain shard a knot of shadow beneath my sternum, as the heavy-lift transports blotted out the emerging stars above the obsidian tower. If only I had known then that my first true act of power was not a victory, but an admission of guilt in their eyes. "The Council," Nicholas breathed, his voice a low growl that vibrated through my back. His embrace tightened from comfort to a cage of protective instinct. "They've come themselves. They never come themselves." The sound of the engines shifted, a deafening roar settling into a deep, shuddering whine as the massive, armored VTOL aircraft began their vertical descent toward the central landing spire. The mountain itself seemed to tremble. "Eric," Nicholas barked, releasing me but keeping a firm hand on my arm. "Full defensive protocol, non-aggressive posture. Seal the breach point with a physical barrier now, no shadows. Just steel and stone." "On it," Eric said, already moving, shouting orders to a squad of warriors who looked from the ceiling to me with wide, conflicted eyes. The awe from my shadow sculpture had curdled back into fear. Nicholas turned me to face him. His eyes, molten gold in the dim light, scanned my face. "Listen to me. The Council of Alphas is the law. Their word is final. They are not Jaxon. They are not a rival pack. They are the constitution of our kind. You will say nothing unless I tell you to. You will look at no one unless I indicate. Your power is to remain dormant. Do you understand?" His fear was a sharper weapon than any anger. It chilled me. "What will they do?" "Determine what you are," he said, his thumb brushing over the back of my hand. A futile gesture of comfort. "Asset, weapon, abomination, or victim. The outcome will decide if we go to war with the entire continent or just Blood Moon." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper only I could hear. "The chain shard. Can you hide it?" I focused inward. The shard was a core of cold, humming potential, a lens through which the chaotic hunger of my hex now seemed to flow in more defined channels. I pushed at it, envisioning it receding, dimming. The cold sensation muted, becoming a faint background chill. The subtle shadow that had clung to my skin since the parley dissipated. "It's muted, not gone. It will have to do." The engine whine ceased, replaced by the heavy clang of landing gears engaging on the spire far above us. A series of deep, resonant thuds echoed down through the stone, security locks engaging. They were here. "Come," Nicholas said, his alpha mask slamming back into place, regal and impassive. We greet them in the grand hall, not the war room, the hall of law and diplomacy. The walk through the obsidian tower was a funeral procession. Warriors lined the routes, standing at stiff attention, their eyes forward. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the synchronized tread of Nicholas's boots and the softer whisper of my borrowed gown. Whispers trailed in our wake, the words hissing off the polished stone. "Council of Alphas, came for the necromancer, end of the Night Fang." Nicholas didn't flinch. He walked as if he owned the very air, his shoulders set, his gaze fixed ahead. I tried to mimic his posture, but I felt like a scarab beetle pinned to a collector's board, awaiting classification. The grand hall was a cavernous space I had only glimpsed before. Vaulted ceilings of natural geode glittered with embedded crystals that caught the light from massive iron braziers. At the far end, on a raised dais, stood 5 ornate stone thrones. They were empty. Nicholas led me to the center of the hall and stopped, positioning us before the dais. He did not sit. We waited. The sound that announced them was not footsteps, but a collective pressure. The air grew dense, charged with the weight of 5 dominant alpha auras pressing into the space. It was a physical sensation, a tightening in my chest that had nothing to do with the chain shard. They entered from a high archway behind the thrones, descending a curved staircase in a loose formation. What happened next changed everything, because it wasn't a trial. It was an autopsy of a dynasty they thought they had buried. First was a massive male with a silver-streaked black beard and eyes the color of flint. He moved with the heavy, deliberate grace of a glacier, his aura one of unyielding earth and deep time. He took the central throne. To his right sat a severe-looking female with hawkish features and hair braided with iron rings. Her gaze swept the hall like a tactical scan, missing nothing. To the flint-eyed alpha's left was a younger male, lean and restless, his fingers drumming on his throne arm. His scent was of frost and pine. The final 2 took their seats on the ends. An ancient-looking wolf with milky eyes who seemed to be listening to the very stones, and a striking woman with copper skin and a calm, observant expression that felt more dangerous than any glare. The flint-eyed alpha in the center spoke. His voice filled the hall without effort, deep and resonant. "Alpha Nicholas of the Night Fang, you have brought a destabilizing element into the heart of your pack and, by proximity, into the security of the Allied territories. You stand accused of harboring a shadow moon heir and a catalyst of primordial chaos. The council is convened. Present your evidence for why we should not execute the heir and cleanse this mountain." No greeting, no ceremony, straight to the heart of the matter. My blood turned to ice. Nicholas gave a slight, respectful bow of his head, not of submission, but of acknowledgement. "Council Alphas, I thank you for the journey. The individual in question is Daisy. She is not a destabilizing element. She is my claimed mate and Luna." A ripple went through the council. The restless Alpha on the left snorted. "A Luna who parleys with devourers. A pretty title for a key to the abyss, Nicholas." "She is also a victim," Nicholas continued, his voice steel. "Sold by a human, hunted by Jaxon of Blood Moon, who knowingly sought the heir to manipulate the entity for his own gain. She has defended this pack. She healed our warriors from Blood Moon toxin. She turned the entity's hunger back on the ones who fed it." The hawkish female leaned forward. "And in doing so, she proved she can direct it. She proved the connection is active. Your report states she now carries a fragment of its essence within her. Is this correct?" Nicholas hesitated, a fatal split second. "She carries a token from the parley, a focus for her own latent power, which is one of metabolic consumption, not summoning. The ancient Alpha with milky eyes turned his head toward me. "Child," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "Does the thing in the mountains speak to you?" All eyes locked on me. Nicholas had told me to stay silent, but this was a direct question from the council. To refuse was an admission of guilt. I felt Nicholas's minute tension, the slight pressure of his hand against mine. Careful. "It communicates," I said, my voice sounding too small in the vast hall. "Not in words, in urges, in hunger. It gave me the shard as a test." "A test you passed," the copper-skinned woman said softly, her first words. "By shaping shadow. A shadow moon trait long thought extinguished. Tell us, Daisy, what does it want?" The question hung in the air. I could lie, I could obfuscate, but their collective gaze felt like a physical weight peeling back layers. They would know. "It wants to be free," I whispered. Then, stronger, "It wants me to break its chains." A heavy silence descended. The flint-eyed Alpha steepled his fingers. "Then Jackson's strategy, while crude, was correct. She is the key, the only remaining key. The preservation hex placed on her at birth was a final act of the Shadow Moon Keepers, hiding their last scion and preserving the lock. Her awakening is the weakening of that lock." The restless Alpha stood, pacing before his throne. "This is insanity. We're debating semantics while a world-eater naps on the ridge. The solution is clear. The air dies, the psychic link severs, the entity loses its beacon and returns to dormancy. The blood moon aggression is a separate issue to be crushed militarily. You would execute an innocent for the crime of her bloodline." Nicholas's roar shook the crystals in the ceiling. His control shattered, his aura exploding into the hall, a torrent of fire and dominance that made even the council members stiffen. "She is mine. By law and by bond, you will not touch her." "Your bond is a political fiction," the hawkish female shot back, rising to her feet. "A convenience to justify keeping a weapon." "Enough." The single word from the ancient, milky-eyed Alpha cut through the conflict. He stood slowly, leaning on a gnarled staff. He pointed it not at Nicholas, but at me. "The law is clear. An Alpha's claim on a mate is sacrosanct. To violate it without absolute proof of imminent, deliberate treachery is to unravel the fabric we are sworn to uphold." He turned his blind gaze toward the central Alpha. "Thuron, the heir is under Nightfang protection. We cannot simply take her, but neither can we ignore the threat." Thuron, the flint-eyed Alpha, nodded slowly. "Agreed." His eyes locked on Nicholas. "Your claim is recognized, Nicholas, for now. Therefore, the burden of the threat shifts to you. You will contain it. You will control it. You will ensure the entity does not break free." "And how," Nicholas asked, his voice dangerously calm, "am I to do that?" It was the copper-skinned woman who answered. "The same way one contains any catastrophic power, Alpha, with a failsafe." She looked at me with something that might have been pity. "The chain shard within her is a physical link. It can be used two ways. It can be a conduit for her to influence the entity, or it can be a fuse." A cold dread, deeper than any I'd felt before, began to pool in my stomach. Thuron stood. "The council hereby issues its decree. Daisy, heir of Shadow Moon, will remain under the protection and custody of Alpha Nicholas. She will continue to act as a buffer and diplomatic channel to the imprisoned entity. However, a council-appointed observer, a master of spirit and binding, will be stationed here to monitor the link." He paused, and the next words fell like stones into the silent hall. "Should the entity breach the mountain's seals, or should Daisy be judged to be willingly collaborating with it for its release, the observer is authorized to activate the failsafe. The chain shard will be triggered. It will not harm the host," he said, looking directly at Nicholas's murderous expression. It will sever the psychic and magical connection permanently. It will burn the power from her, leaving her human, mortal, and broken. A neutralized key. The world tilted. A scream built in my throat, but no sound came out. Not execution, erasure. They would strip me of everything. The curse, the hex, the painful, terrifying power that had become a part of my bones, and leave a hollow shell. A human in a werewolf world, mated to an alpha king. It was a fate worse than death. Nicholas was a statue of rage. I reject this decree. This is in violation of my sovereignty and my mate's autonomy. It is the only reason she is still breathing, Thuron stated, implacable. The observer arrives at dawn. Comply, and the council's might stands with Nightfang against Blood Moon. Defy us, and you are alone, with a continent united against you for harboring an existential threat. He looked at me one last time. The choice, ultimately, is yours, heir. Be the keeper who contains the monster, or be the key that is broken. The council rose as one and filed out, their collective pressure receding, leaving behind a vacuum of despair. Nicholas turned to me, his face a mask of anguish and fury. Daisy, A sudden, violent tremor cut him off. It wasn't from above. It was from below. A deep, subterranean groan shuddered through the mountain, followed by a distant, echoing crack that resonated in my very teeth. The chain shard in my chest flared with a spike of icy, eager hunger. From the direction of the sealed breach point, now blocked by steel and stone, a warrior came sprinting, his face pale with terror. Alpha, the barrier, the shadows, they're digesting the metal. And there's a sound, a voice. Another tremor. Dust sifted from the ceiling. The braziers flickered. The warrior's eyes found mine, wide with horror. It's calling for you, Luna. It's saying, the keeper comes, or the mountain falls. The entity's voice was a landslide in my skull. Come to me, keeper heir, or I will come for you and bring this mountain down upon your fledgling pack. The ultimatum echoed, a cold vibration in the marrow of my bones. If only I had known then that the choice wasn't mine to make. The mountain had already begun to choose for me. The sound was the first sign, a low, grinding groan that shuddered up through the obsidian floors, deeper than the foundations. It wasn't an explosion, it was consumption, the sound of stone being digested. Nicholas's hand was on my arm, his grip iron. Eric, report. Eric, pale and staring at a tablet streaming data from the lower sensors, didn't look up. The western lower vault breach. The shadow mass, it's not just pressing against the new seals. It's metabolizing them. The containment sigils are losing coherence at a rate of 15% per minute. It's learning. Learning, Lyra's voice was sharp. Adapting, Eric corrected, finally meeting Nicholas's gaze. The magic we used to plug the hole, it's being broken down and absorbed. The entity is using it to reinforce itself. Every barrier we erect becomes its food. Kieran, his face ashen, slammed a fist on the war table. The council's decree is a death sentence. They tie our hands, plant a spy in our midst, and leave us with a time bomb. He shot a furious glance at me, not of hatred, but of sheer, desperate calculus. The failsafe they planted in her. It's useless if the mountain collapses first. The grinding groan intensified. A fine trickle of black dust sifted from the ceiling of the council chamber. Not rock, solidified shadow crumbling. We evacuate the lower levels, Nicholas commanded, his voice cutting through the panic. All non-combatants to the high eastern vaults. Lyra, coordinate the pullback. Kieran, secure the archives. Eric, you're with me and Daisy. We're going to the breach. My heart stuttered. What? Nicholas, the council. The council is not here, he growled, pulling me toward the door. They issued their judgment and left. They deal in laws and hypotheticals. I deal in the stone under my feet and the pack under my protection. It is demanding you. We will answer, on our terms. The journey down was a descent into a nightmare symphony. The groans were punctuated now by sharp, cracking reports, support beams stressed to their limit. The air grew thick and cold, tasting of ozone and something older, like opened tomb. The emergency lights cast long, jumping shadows that seemed to twitch with independent life. Eric, flanked by two grim-faced technicians, kept up a running commentary. Energy signature is spiking. It's not just trying to get out, it's calling. There's a resonant frequency. It matches the residual energy in your hex, Daisy, the witchfire you absorbed. We reached the final security door before the breach point. A massive slab of star iron now veined with pulsating black tendrils that looked like diseased roots. The door itself was half consumed, the metal appearing corroded and brittle. Nicholas placed a hand against it. "Can you feel it?" I could. It was a pull, a deep, gravitational yearning in my gut. The chain shard at my core hummed, a low, answering note. "It wants the shard, or it wants me to use it." "Then we use it first," Nicholas said, his eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. "You made a bargain with it before. You offered it a better meal. We do it again. We negotiate." With that, one of the technicians whispered, staring at the morphing door. "We have no other cards to play," Eric said quietly. He looked at me. "The Council's observer won't arrive for hours. By then, there may be no stronghold left to observe. This is the buffer zone. This is why you're here." The weight of it was crushing. Not just the mountain, but the expectation. They saw me as a tool, a dam, a diplomat to a force of nature. Nicholas saw me as his, but even his claim felt fragile against the ancient hunger on the other side of the door. I took a shuddering breath. Open it. Nicholas and Eric exchanged a look. With a series of heavy clunks, the compromised locking mechanisms disengaged. The door didn't swing open. It dissolved, the star iron crumbling into flakes of shadow that were sucked into the darkness beyond. The breach point was no longer a tunnel. It was a cavernous throat. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all were gone, replaced by a swirling, liquid obsidian that pulsed with a sickly violet light deep within. In the center of the vast space, the entity loomed. It was larger, more defined. I could make out the suggestion of a hunched, mountainous spine, of limbs folded against a colossal torso. The golden chains of light still bound it, but they were strained, thinned, and where they touched the shadow flesh, they sizzled and spat sparks that were instantly consumed. Its single, massive eye, a pit of condensed void, focused on me. "Little keeper, you bring the key, and the alpha dog. Do you offer HIM as tribute?" The voice wasn't just in my head this time. It vibrated in the air, a physical pressure that made my teeth ache. Nicholas stiffened beside me, a growl building in his chest. "I offer conversation," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "You're destroying my home." "Home, a cage built around MY cage. You inhabit the scab over a wound. I would be whole." "The Council of Alphas has placed a failsafe in me," I said, pushing the fear down, letting it fuel the hex. "If I help you, they will destroy this." I placed a hand over my sternum, where the chain shard resided. "I will be human, mortal, useless to you." The entity shifted. The movement sent a wave of vertigo through the chamber. The false alphas. Their laws are COBWEBS. Their power, a spark next to MY conflagration. The shard in you is of me. They cannot destroy it without destroying you. And they fear to do that, for you are the only leash on MY collar. Its logic was terrifying and precise. The Council's threat was a bluff. They needed me functional to contain the entity. Destroying me would unleash it completely. "What do you want?" Nicholas demanded, stepping slightly in front of me. "You speak of freedom, but to what end?" "Consumption. You'll devour this continent and then starve." The eye swiveled to him. "And I am hunger. Consumption is not a means to an end. It is the end itself. But the blood of the keeper, SHE, offers a new path, a symbiosis. The old keeper bound me to preserve a world too weak to bear ME. The air may walk with me, may direct the feast." The proposal hung in the toxic air. It didn't want a servant. It wanted a partner, a shepherd for its endless hunger. "Never," Nicholas spat. "She is mine. You claim the leash. I offer the whip." The entity's attention returned to me, a weight that threatened to buckle my knees. "You have tasted power. You have consumed pain, poison, fire. You have felt the echo of MY's strength. Imagine IT unfiltered. Imagine standing beside ME, and together devouring those who sold YOU, beat YOU, caged YOU. Your stepmother, the blood moon Alpha, the council that would brand you a monster. Give them to me, and I will give you a kingdom of ash." The temptation was a venomous sweetness in my veins. Faith's smug face, Jackson's cruel hands, the cold, judging eyes of the council. To see them erased, consumed a part of me, the scarred, hidden part that had lived on fear and pain, sang for it. But I looked at Nicholas, at the fierce, protective fury in his profile, at the memory of Eric's clinical trust, of Lyra's reassessment, of the wounded warrior's odd gaze. A kingdom of ash had no place for them. "No," I whispered. Then stronger. "No, I am not your shepherd, and they are not my offering." The entity went very still. The chaotic swirling of the shadow walls slowed, solidified into a terrible, focused calm. "Then you are a tool, and tools are used." The attack wasn't physical. It was psychic, a tsunami of pure, ravenous will that bypassed Nicholas and Eric and crashed directly into me. It targeted the chain shard, not to destroy it, but to activate it, to turn my own power into a vortex. My back arched. A scream tore from my throat, not of pain, but of violation. The hex inside me, the metabolic engine, roared to life with a force I'd never felt. It wasn't consuming external magic. It was trying to consume me, to use my life force to amplify the shard's connection. Visions assaulted me, not memories, possibilities. I saw the mountain cracking open like an egg, a tidal wave of shadow pouring down the slopes, engulfing the forests, the villages. I saw the Nightfang's stronghold, not collapsed, but transformed, a grotesque cathedral of solidified darkness with me enthroned at its heart, a vacant-eyed puppet. I saw Nicholas fighting his way toward me through grasping tendrils, his eyes not on the entity, but on me, filled with a betrayal so profound it was worse than hatred. "Daisy!" Nicholas's roar was distant. I felt hands on me, but they were insubstantial, like smoke. The hex was winning. It was designed to consume threats to preserve the host. The entity had made me the threat to my own existence, triggering a catastrophic feedback loop. I was being eaten from the inside out by my own power. Stop. The thought was a feeble spark. This is not preservation. This is suicide. The hex, mindless, ravenous, did not care. Then changed the menu. With the last shred of my conscious will, I didn't fight the hunger. I redirected it. I focused not on the entity's overwhelming presence, but on the one foreign, malicious energy signature I could feel within the chamber that wasn't part of the ancient being. The remnants of the council's new seals, the magic it was currently digesting. I grabbed the psychic tendrils of my own hex and shoved them outward, offering that digestion to the engine. What happened next changed everything. My hex latched onto the dissipating seal magic, but instead of just consuming it, the chain shard acted as a conduit. A two-way conduit. The entity's energy, which was fueling my hex's rebellion, suddenly found a rival source. My power began to siphon energy from the entity's own digestive process. It was stealing the entity's meal. The visions shattered. the psychic pressure vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, my body trembling with aftershocks. I felt full, bloated with strange, cold power. The entity let out a sound that defied description, a roar of pure, incredulous outrage. I looked up, panting. The swirling shadows in the chamber were chaotic again, but thinner. The violet light within the entity's form flickered. I had taken something from it. Not much. A crumb from a banquet. But it was a crumb it had claimed as its own. Nicholas was beside me, holding me up, his eyes wide with alarm and something else. A dawning, fierce pride. Eric stared at his sensors, then at me. The metabolic rate, it dropped. The absorption of the seals stopped. You disrupted its feeding cycle. You competed with it. I had done more than compete. I had proven the shard wasn't just a leash for me. It was a tap. I could, in a desperate, clumsy way, drink from it. The entity's colossal eye burned with a new, calculating intensity. The outrage was gone, replaced by a cold, predatory interest. Clever little vessel. You learn. You see the true nature of power. It is not given. It is taken. It shifted, the golden chains groaning in protest. Very well. A new proposition. A test. The blood moon Alpha lurks beyond MY's shadow. He still holds the WITCHES who stoke their pitiful fires. Bring HIM to me. Give me the one who first sought to use you as a key. Prove you can take, and I will negotiate. I will quiet the mountain. For a time, Jaxon, it wanted Jaxon. And if I refuse, I croaked, then I will take the alpha dog instead. His WILL is strong. His soul would be a rich morsel, the eye fixed on Nicholas. I will enjoy breaking HIM before I devour HIM. Nicholas's growl was a promise of violence. Try it. But the threat was real. The entity was done with ultimatums. It was offering a trade, a life for a temporary peace, the life of my tormentor for the safety of my mate. The choice was an abomination, but it was a choice. The grinding of the mountain had ceased. The chamber was silent, waiting. The entity watched, a patient, ancient predator. Eric's communicator crackled. Lyra's voice, tense and urgent, filled the sudden quiet. Alpha, long-range scouts report. Jaxon has broken siege. He's not retreating. He's moving. Fast. He's bypassing our western lines entirely. His trajectory, he's heading for the southern pass. The unprotected human settlements. My blood ran cold. Jaxon wasn't just attacking the pack. He was going for the one piece of my past he knew he could use as a weapon. He was going for my stepmother. The entity's voice was a soft, sinister whisper in the sudden, terrible silence. It seems your prey has sent you an invitation. The hunt begins. The southern pass. Faith. Lyra's words hung in the war council chamber like a death knell. Jaxon wasn't just breaking siege. He was aiming a dagger straight at the most poisoned part of my past. My stepmother, the architect of all this. The air grew thick, tasting of pine resin and cold fury. If only I had known then that hunting a monster would mean confronting the very one who created me. Nicholas's growl vibrated through the stone floor. He seeks to draw her out, to use the human as a lever. Or as a sacrifice, Lyra stated, her tactical mind already racing. He knows of the entity's demand. He could be delivering your tribute himself, Alpha, but on his own terms, to forge his own pact. The council's observer, a silent, grim-faced woman with eyes that saw too much, shifted slightly by the chamber door. Her presence was a constant reminder. One misstep, and the shard in my chest would become my funeral pyre. Thuron's decree was a collar tighter than any silver. We intercept, Nicholas commanded, his voice leaving no room for debate. Full warrior contingent. We take Jaxon in the pass before he reaches the settlements. Alpha, Kieran interjected, his old face lined with worry. It is precisely what he wants. To pull our strength from the mountain while that thing below us stirs. It is a classic pincer strategy. He has my stepmother, I said, the words ash in my mouth. The chamber stilled. All eyes turned to me. I met Nicholas's gaze. The entity wants Jaxon. It wants a symbiosis. It said deliver him. It didn't say how. A terrible, cold clarity was forming. Jaxon going to Faith isn't a coincidence. It's a thread. My thread. I have to pull it. No, Nicholas said, the single word absolute. You cannot leave the mountain, the observer spoke, her voice a soft, unyielding chime. The council's decree is clear. You are a contained asset. Your movement is restricted to this stronghold. Then we are all doomed. The outburst came from Eric, who had been studying a data slate. He looked up, eyes wide. The entity's consumption of the containment seals is accelerating. It's not just eating the magic, it's learning from it. Our buffers will fail within days, not weeks. We need the bargain. We need Jaxon delivered. What happened next changed everything. I made a choice not as a Luna or a weapon, but as a thief who finally understood her craft. The entity and I said, focusing on the observer. We have a connection, a channel. Through the chain shard you've so kindly rigged to destroy me. I ignored her flinch. I can speak to it. I can negotiate the terms of the hunt, from here. Nicholas's hand clamped on my wrist. Daisy, you are not bargaining with that thing alone. I'm not alone, I'm with you, and I'm angry. I let him see it. The deep, cold rage that had been festering since the clearing, since the cage, since childhood. It wants a show of commitment. Fine, it wants a symbiosis. It can have a partnership, but I set the price for the prey. The observer considered me. The decree forbids you from leveraging your power against the allied pacts. It does not explicitly forbid communication with the imprisoned entity. If you can secure the mountain's stability without unleashing it, the council would deem it a strategic success. It was a loophole, a tiny crack in the stone wall of my prison. Do it, Nicholas said, his grip tightening, not in restraint but in solidarity. But I am with you every step. The breach point was no longer a tunnel. It was a throat. The walls pulsed with liquid obsidian, slow and rhythmic like a sleeping giant's heartbeat. The air was cold and silent, devoid of the earlier screeching, a more profound, listening quiet. The golden chains in the distance glimmered, but the shadow that was the entity filled the vast cavern, watchful. We stood at the edge, Nicholas a solid, warm presence at my back, his hand on my shoulder. I focused inward, on the sliver of frozen shadow lodged near my heart. The chain shard was cold, a fragment of the greater whole. I'm here, I thought, pushing the intention down the link. The response was immediate, not as words, but as a presence flooding the connection, vast and hungry and intensely curious. Little keeper, little thief, you have come to take more. I've come to talk about your tribute, I shot back, mentally bracing against the tidal pull of its consciousness. Jaxon, the angry one, the one who smells of borrowed fire. The entity's amusement rippled through me. You wish to offer him. He is going to the southern pass, to a human woman named Faith. She is the one who sold me. She is the root. I poured the memory of the drug-induced haze, the cage, the humiliation down the link. I fed it my pain not as a weakness but as a scent, a trail. The entity savored it. Pain, betrayal, a bitter vintage. You wish to consume this root yourself. I wish to end it, I corrected. But he will get to her first. He will use her against me, against us. Your meal will be tainted by his strategy. A wave of displeasure, cold enough to make my teeth ache, washed back. You propose. A partnership. You want symbiosis. Give me an edge. Help me hunt him on my terms, not his. Not on a battlefield that weakens my pack, but on a trail of my choosing. What do you offer in return, thief, besides the tribute itself? I took a mental breath. When I take him, you can watch. You can feel it through me, through our link. You can have the echo of his fear, his fury, his final defeat. A taste of the hunt, not just the corpse. The silence from the entity was profound, a weighing of concepts it found novel. It was a creature of consumption, of end results. The process of the hunt, the emotional resonance, was a currency it had never traded in. Intriguing, it finally murmured, the thought a caress of infinite darkness. A precursor to the feast. Very well, little keeper. A symbiosis of purpose. I shall grant you a hunter's boon. But know this. If you falter, if you are captured or broken by him, our bargain is void. I will consider you a failed key, and I will simplify my diet. The threat was clear. It would eat everything, starting with the mountain. What is the boon? I asked, my heart hammering. The shadows where he walks will speak to you. They will hold his scent, his intention for your senses alone. You will see his path as I see it, not as footprints, but as stains of ambition and fear. Use it well, thief. The connection severed with a soft, psychic snap. I staggered, and Nicholas caught me, his arms wrapping around me. What did it do? He demanded, his eyes scanning me for injury. It gave me a hunting tool, I gasped, my senses reeling. As I blinked, looking at the world, I saw it. The very air in the chamber seemed layered. I could see the faint, fading imprints of the warriors who had been here, not physical marks, but emotional echoes. Lyra's focused determination, a guard's dull boredom. It was overwhelming. Eric, Nicholas barked into his comm. Get to the armory. We move for the southern pass in 10, full tactical. The council's observer will accompany us. She will ensure the decree is not breached. He looked down at me, his Alpha's mask in place, but his eyes were wildfire. You are the hunter, Daisy, but I am your pack. We run together. The wind screamed over the razorback ridges of the southern pass. We traveled in a convoy of rugged, silent vehicles, cutting across the rugged borderlands just outside formal Nightfang territory. The human settlements were a smudge of smoke and fear on the horizon. Inside the armored transport, the observer sat opposite me, her gaze a physical weight. Nicholas was a tense statue by my side, communicating in low growls with Lyra over the comms. Jackson's force is small, fast, Lyra's voice crackled. They're not engaging. They're slicing straight toward the largest settlement. Satellite heat signatures show a concentrated group heading for a homestead on the western edge. It matches the location we pulled from Daisy's old records. Faith's house, my old prison. I closed my eyes, pushing past the nausea of the moving vehicle, and reached for the entity's boon. I focused on Jaxon. His cruel smile, his possessive gaze, the scent of ash and arrogance. I cast that memory out like a net, and the world changed. Opening my eyes, the stark landscape was overlaid with a new haunting dimension. The rocky path ahead glimmered with a faint, oily residue, a stain of malice and purpose. It was recent, hours old at most. Jackson's emotional fingerprint. To my new sight, it was as clear as neon paint. He came this way, I said, my voice strange to my own ears. He's confident, excited, he thinks he's already won. I pointed to a divergence in the trail ahead, invisible to anyone else. There, his malice it deepens. That's the direct route to the homestead. Nicholas didn't question me. He relayed the instruction to the driver. We swerved off the main track, bouncing over brutal terrain. The observer watched me, her expression unreadable. We crested a rise, and the homestead lay in the shallow valley below. A modest, weathered house, a barn, fields gone to winter weed. It was utterly, terribly familiar, and it was surrounded. 5 Blood Moon warriors, sleek in black tactical gear, stood guard. Jaxon himself was visible, pounding on the front door. Even from this distance, I could see the frantic, terrified face of my stepmother, Faith, at the window. She looked older, worn thin by spite and fear. Her eyes were wide with a terror she had once sold me into. The oily stain of Jackson's intent was a violent vortex here. He wasn't just capturing her. He was savoring the moment, the power, the leverage. "Plans," Nicholas whispered, his warrior's mind assessing angles, threats. But a new sensation prickled my stolen sight. A second, subtler stain, intertwined with Jackson's but different. Older, colder. It led not to the house, but around it, toward the old storm cellar at the edge of the property, a place I'd hidden as a child. This stain smelled of patience and witch fire. "He didn't come alone," I breathed, dread icing my spine. "There's a witch, maybe the one from the ridge. They're not with him at the door. They're setting something up, at the cellar." It was a trap within a trap. Jackson was the obvious snare. The witch was the hidden blade. "Lyra," Nicholas snapped into his calm. "Split force, 3 with me to the front. You take 2 and flank the eastern tree line, target the cellar. Hostile witch suspected. Neutralize with extreme prejudice." We moved. The vehicles rolled to a silent halt behind the ridge. We disembarked, the cold mountain air biting. The observer stayed with the vehicles, a silent sentinel of the council's law. Nicholas looked at me. "Stay, until we have the witch contained." I nodded, my throat tight. I watched as he, Lyra, and the other warriors melted into the landscape with lethal grace, shadows among the rocks and skeletal trees. From my vantage, I had a perfect, horrifying view. Jackson finally kicked the door in and dragged Faith, screaming, out onto the porch. He held her by the hair, turning her to face the hills, toward where he knew we would be. "Daisy," he roared, his voice amplified by his alpha's power rolling across the valley. "I have your past. Come and claim it, or I start sending you pieces of her." Faith sobbed, a pathetic, grating sound. I felt nothing for her but a distant, cold disgust. But Jackson's stain flared with triumph. He was an artist painting with pain. Then a flash of eerie green light from the direction of the cellar. A scream cut short. Lyra's team had engaged. Jackson's head whipped toward the sound. His triumph curdled into fury. The plan was unraveling. Now, the thought was mine, but it carried the chilling approval of the entity down the link. "The hunt is live, little keeper. The shadows are yours." I didn't run down the hill. I walked, calm, deliberate. I stepped out from behind the ridge into the open, descending the slope toward the homestead. The wind tugged at my clothes. I felt every eye on me, Jackson's, Faith's, the hidden Nightfang warriors, the distant observers. Jackson saw me. His smile returned, vicious and wide. He threw Faith to the wooden porch floor where she curled into a whimpering ball. "The prodigal's scar returns," he called. "Come to trade yourself for this wretched creature." I said nothing. I kept walking, my feet crunching on the frost-hardened earth. I focused on the stains. Jackson's oily malice was a beacon, but I also saw the faint, trembling stain of Faith's terror, a weak, sour yellow. And I saw something else, something I'd missed. A third, almost invisible thread of magic, not witch fire, but something subtler, older, emanating from the house itself. From my old bedroom. "Stop there," Jackson commanded when I was 20 yards away. He placed a boot on Faith's back. "Or I crush her spine." I stopped. I finally spoke, my voice carrying in the cold air. "The entity sends its regards, Jackson. It's hungry. It asked me to bring you to dinner." His confidence flickered. He hadn't expected that. "You've bonded with it, you foolish girl. You have no idea what you're playing with." "I'm not playing," I said. And I reached for the chain shard, not to siphon, but to broadcast. I pushed the memory of the entity's presence, its infinite, devouring hunger, down the link between Jackson and me. A link that existed only because he had obsessed over me, because he considered me his. It was a whisper of pure, existential dread, delivered directly to his psyche. Jaxon paled. He stumbled back a step, his boot leaving Faith's back. "What was that?" "A taste," I said. I took another step forward. "You wanted the shadow moon air, you got her. And she's been talking to the god under the mountain." He snarled, shaking off the fear, his alpha aura flaring. "Enough, you're coming with me, we'll control it together." He lunged for me, not as a wolf, but as a man, fast and powerful. This was what I needed, the direct engagement, the clear threat. I didn't try to fight his strength. I let him grab my arm, his fingers like steel bands. As he did, I leaned into the connection, into the entity's boon. I saw the stain of his intent to capture, to possess, and I offered it. He's here, I thought, a frantic prayer to the darkness. He's touching me. He's yours. For a terrifying second, nothing happened. Jackson's grin returned. "See, you're just a broken thing with parlor TR." The shadow at our feet did not lengthen. It erupted. It was not the vast, amorphous entity. It was a tendril, a whip of solidified hunger, shooting up from the very ground, from the stain I had been seeing. It was made of the echoes of his own malice, given form by the power miles away. It wrapped around Jackson's leg, with a sound like cracking ice. He screamed, a raw sound of shock and agony. Not physical pain, but the pain of something vital being siphoned. His alpha aura dimmed, flickering like a guttering candle. The tendril was feeding on his power, his will. He released me, clawing at the shadowy bindings. They were cold and unyielding. From the tree line, Nicholas and his warriors emerged, weapons drawn, but they halted, witnessing the supernatural arrest. I stood over Jaxon, who was now on his knees, his defiance being consumed by the shadow. The tendril pulsed, growing thicker, feeding the connection back to its source. I could feel the entity's satisfaction, a deep, resonant purr in my soul. The tribute is accepted. Well-hunted little keeper, it was done. But as I looked up, panting, at Nicholas's approaching, awestruck face, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Faith, forgotten on the porch, had crawled to her knees, and in her hand she held a small, ornate wooden box, the source of that old, subtle magic stain from my room. Her eyes, wide with a lifetime of envy and hatred, met mine. She didn't look at Jaxon or the terrifying shadow. She looked only at me, and her lips curled into a smile of vindictive triumph. "You think you've won, you little beast," she hissed, her voice carrying on the sudden, dead calm. "I knew you were a monster, I've always known, and I kept the one thing that could prove it." With a brittle cackle, she threw open the lid of the box. A blinding, silver light, pure and agonizing to my new senses, exploded from it. And with the light came a sound, a single, echoing, haunting howl that was not of this world. It was a howl of grief, of fury, of a legacy drenched in blood. The light seared my shadow sight away. The silver radiance hit the retreating shadow tendril, and it screamed, the entity's pain echoing down the link into me, a white-hot brand on my soul. The tendril dissolved into smoke. Jaxon, freed, collapsed, gasping and weakened. And the howl from the box faded, leaving a ringing silence more deafening than any noise. Faith held up the now open box, empty save for that fading silver glow. "His last cry," she spat, her voice trembling with mad victory. "Your real father's dying howl, the great Lysander. I stole it the night they killed him. The night I took you." She looked from my horrified face to Nicholas's, to the gathered warriors, to the recovering Jaxon. "You all fight over what she is," she laughed, a broken, terrible sound. "Let me tell you what she really is. She's not just the air, she's the living key. And that howl, it's the combination." The observer was suddenly there, her calm shattered, staring at the box in Faith's hands with dawning, apocalyptic horror. Nicholas's gaze locked with mine, the victory of moments ago utterly erased. And deep below, in the mountain, in response to the silver light and the stolen howl of the last shadow moon Alpha, the entity did not roar. It began to chant. The silver howl didn't fade. It seated itself in the air, a crystalline vibration that made my teeth ache and the chain shard in my chest recoil like a scorched worm. Faith's triumphant shriek was a distant thing. The real sound was the entity's response, a deep, tectonic chanting that rose from the ground beneath my feet, through the link, vibrating in my marrow. Keeper key, complete the sequence. Its voice was no longer a single thought. It was a chorus, layered, ancient, hungry. The tendril of shadow that had been siphoning Jaxon recoiled from the silver resonance, not dissipating, but reforming into 1,000 questing filaments that began to trace the patterns of the dying howl in the air, as if learning a new language. "Daisy!" Nicholas's roar cut through the dissonance. He was at my side, his hand on my arm, his own wolf bristling against the psychic storm. I realized I was on my knees, one hand pressed to my sternum where the chain shard burned with a cold, defensive fire. Jaxon, released from the tendril's grasp, collapsed to the dirt, gasping but alive, a tribute momentarily rejected. His eyes, wide with a pain deeper than physical, locked onto the small box in Faith's hands. "You see," Faith hissed, clutching the box like a holy relic. The silver light pulsed from within its seams. "He gave me this, your real father, his last breath, his last curse. Told me it was the only thing that could control what you'd become. The combination to the lock." Lyra, ever analytical even in chaos, barked orders. "Secure the perimeter. That sound is a beacon." Nightfang warriors, who had been poised to finish Jaxon's remaining Blood Moon guards, now fanned out, weapons aimed at the shadows that seemed to writhe with new purpose. The entity's chanting grew louder, harmonizing with the fading echo of Lysander's howl. It wasn't an attack. It was integration. What happened next changed everything. The ground didn't shake. It resonated. A low hum, the mountain's answer to the chorus. From the direction of the obsidian tower, miles away, a plume of pure blackness, thicker than any shadow, speared into the twilight sky. It wasn't spreading. It was reaching toward us. "The mountain," Nicholas growled, his gaze snapping from the plume to my face. "It's responding, your link." "It's not me," I gasped, the words torn from me. "It's the howl. The howl is part of the lock. She just played the key." The chain shard in my chest gave a violent throb. A wave of images, not from the entity, but from within the shard itself. A memory not my own, flashed behind my eyes. A man with Lysander's face, bleeding out on stone, howling not in pain, but in a complex, layered spell, weaving his final breath into a silver key. He wasn't cursing me. He was programming the hex. The preservation spell. The metabolic engine. He built it. And he left the activation code with the human woman he trusted least, a final, desperate failsafe. Faith misinterpreted my stunned silence as victory. "You feel it, don't you? That's him. That's your true heritage. Not this thing you've been whoring yourself to." She spat the words at Nicholas. "She was never yours. She was always a weapon waiting for the trigger." Jaxon pushed himself up onto his elbows, a bloody, broken smile on his face. "A weapon for the right hand to wield. You stupid human. You don't have the hand. You just have the trigger." He laughed, a wet, choking sound. "And you just pulled it." The reaching plume from the mountain coalesced, not into a tendril, but into a vast, liquid obsidian bridge that flowed across the kilometers between the stronghold and this wretched homestead. It moved with terrifying, silent speed. "Fall back," Lyra commanded. "To the vehicles now." "No," I said, the word quiet but absolute. I stood up, shrugging off Nicholas's supportive hand. My eyes were fixed on the approaching bridge of the entity. "Running won't matter. It's not coming for the land. It's coming for the sequence. I turned to Faith. What else did he tell you? She blinked, the triumph faltering under the terror of the approaching darkness. He said the lock was in your blood. The howl was the turn of the key, that it would either cage the monster forever or wake it up properly. Her voice dropped to a whisper. He said he was sorry. A father's apology, 20 years too late. The bridge was almost upon us, a wave of solid night that dwarfed the trees, absorbing sound and light. The Nightfang warriors held their ground, but I saw the terror in their eyes. They were facing a force of nature, not an enemy. Nicholas stepped in front of me, his alpha aura flaring, a golden challenge against the void. You will not have her. The bridge didn't attack. It enveloped. It flowed around us, a rushing, silent tide of darkness that circled the homestead, sealing us in a dome of liquid shadow. The outside world, the warriors, the woods, the sky vanished, replaced by a curved wall of pulsating black. We were in a bubble, an amphitheater of the entity's making. In the center of the clearing, the shadow pooled and rose, forming a crude, towering approximation of the entity's core form. A pillar of hungry darkness, with chains of faint, sickly gold light barely visible within it. Its chanting focused, becoming a single, resonant voice that spoke from the very air. The keeper's song, the final stanza, offered by blood not of the blood, anomaly, accepted. It wasn't talking to me, it was talking about the howl. The pillar extended a limb of shadow toward Faith. She screamed, fumbling with the box as if the silver light within could save her. The shadow didn't strike her. It gently, precisely, plucked the box from her hands. The silver light flared once, brilliantly, then was snuffed out as the shadow consumed the box, the howl, everything. The chanting reached a crescendo, then stopped. The silence was deafening. The shadow pillar turned its attention, a sense of focus, not a gaze, to Jaxon. The tribute, interrupted, incomplete. Jackson's smirk finally died. I offer alliance, he rasped, trying to push himself up to project authority from the dirt. The girl is the key. I have studied the old ways. I can help you direct. You are noise. The shadow limb lashed out, not to siphon, but to consume. It wrapped around Jaxon, and where it touched, he didn't scream. He unmade. His form dissolved into motes of dark light that flowed back into the pillar. There was no fight, no drama, just erasure. Alpha Jaxon of the Blood Moon Pack was deleted from the world. Faith whimpered, sinking to the ground. Nicholas remained rigid before me, a wall of muscle and will, but even his aura seemed small in this place. The entity's focus shifted. To me, Keeper Air, the lock is aligned. The combination is known. The pathway is open. The chain shard blazed, not with pain, but with a terrifying clarity. The hex inside me, the metabolic engine, whirred to a new pitch. I understood. The howl wasn't a weapon against me or the entity. It was a missing piece of the preservation spell's code. A subroutine. Faith's act hadn't armed a bomb. It had completed a circuit. What pathway? I asked, my voice echoing in the dome. To the source, to the heart of the hunger. You were caged to protect the world from what you carry. The cage is now a door. You must choose, open it, and assume the mantle. Or leave it sealed and let the hunger fester in the dark until it chews through the world to find you. A choice, not a test. A genuine, catastrophic choice. Assume the mantle of whatever the entity truly was. The hunger at the heart of the shadow moon power. Or condemn the world to a slower but inevitable consumption. Assume the mantle, and do what? Nicholas demanded, speaking to the primordial force as if it were a rival alpha. The entity's response was a wave of concepts, not words, funneled through my shard. Order, direction, purpose. The hunger is a tool, a primal force. Without a keeper, it is a wildfire. With a keeper, it is a forge. You could remake what is broken. You could avenge what was lost. You could ensure no child is ever sold again. The vision was seductive. Power, not as a curse, but as a sovereign right. Justice, delivered on a scale I could never achieve as a broken girl hiding scars. But the cost? To wield the forge, you must step into the fire. Your human shell will burn away. What emerges will be keeper and key. Shadow and blood. You will be truly, finally, what you are. To become the thing everyone feared. To surrender the last fragments of Daisy, the human girl, to the heritage of Lysander. Nicholas spun to face me, his eyes blazing. No, that is not a choice. That is a sacrifice. You are my Luna. You are mine. I did not claim you so you could vanish into some ancient nightmare. His words, so possessive, so final, should have been a cage. Instead, they were an anchor. He was offering a different identity, not a weapon, not a key, but a partner. A queen. If only I had known how fragile that anchor would prove. The entity pulsed, impatient. The pathway opens now, with or without you. The heart beats, it calls its blood. The dome of shadow around us shimmered. The wall behind the entity figure parted, not revealing the outside world, but a tunnel. A perfect, smooth bore of obsidian that seemed to descend infinitely into the earth. A warm, rhythmic pulse like a gigantic heartbeat throbbed from its depths. Lub-dub, lub-dub, it was the mountain's pulse, the entity's pulse. My pulse syncing with it. The chain shard was a burning brand, pulling me toward that tunnel. The hex sang in harmony with the heartbeat. This was the source. The place where my father had forged the spell that hid me. The prison he had helped create. Daisy, Nicholas said, his hand finding mine. His grip was iron. Look at me. You are not defined by his blood or his spells. You are defined by your will. You have survived auctions, assassins, sieges, and councils. You have bent ancient powers to your need. You do not submit to a mantle. You take what you need from it. His faith was a lifeline, but the heartbeat was a riptide. Lyra's voice, tense and strategic, cut through. Alpha, the dome is impervious. Our forces are outside. The Council's observer will be reporting this phenomenon. We have minutes at best before this is interpreted as an act of war by the Keeper. The observer. The failsafe in my shard. If the Council thought I was activating the entity. If I go down there, I said, my eyes locked on the tunnel, I might be able to control it from the source. I might be able to turn the key the other way, seal it properly, on my terms. Or you might be consumed, Nicholas argued, his fear raw. I am already consumed, I whispered, looking at our joined hands. Piece by piece, since the day faith drugged me, this is just the final bite. I met his eyes. I have to try not to become it, to master it. He saw my resolve. The alpha in him warred with the man lost. His jaw tightened, his grip on my hand shifting from restraint to pledge. Then I am coming with you. The heart welcomes only the blood, the Keeper walks alone. This is the first test. The finality in its tone brooked no argument. The pathway was for me alone. The heartbeat quickened. Lub-dub, 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 a Chinese letter. I let go of Nicholas's hand. The absence of his touch was a physical chill. Keep the pathway open. Buy me time. If the observer activates the failsafe. I didn't finish. If the Council destroyed the chain shard while I was down there, connected to the heart, the result would be catastrophic. I didn't look at Faith, cowering in the dirt. I didn't look back at Nicholas, though I felt his gaze like a weight. I took a step toward the obsidian tunnel. The air grew warmer, thicker, tasting of ozone and deep stone. I took another step. The chanting began again, but softer now, a guide song. The shadow pillar dissolved, flowing back into the walls of the dome, leaving only the tunnel mouth yawning before me. I stood at the threshold. The heartbeat was inside my skull now. Lub-dub. This was the point of no return. Every scar, every betrayal, every moment of pain had led here, to a hole in the world. I took a deep breath, the last breath of Daisy as she was, and I stepped into the pulse of the mountain. The tunnel wasn't dark. It glowed with a faint internal radiance, the obsidian alive with swirling patterns of gold and black, the visual echo of the entity's chains. The air hummed. The floor was smooth, sloping down at a steep, steady grade. I walked, and my footsteps made no sound, absorbed by the hungry stone. The descent felt like hours, minutes, seconds, time lost meaning. The pressure increased, not on my body, but on my spirit. The chain shard was a compass needle, pointing true down. My hex was wide awake, metabolizing the ambient power, feeding it back to me in waves of cold, clear energy. I saw glimpses in the walls, flashes of memories not my own, a great dynasty in glittering darkness, a rebellion fueled by fear, a binding, not a murder, a ritual that required a keeper's blood to act as the lock. Lysander, my father, hadn't just hidden me. He had made me the cornerstone of the prison. His dying howl was the security code. The tunnel opened abruptly. I emerged into the heart. It was not a cavern. It was a vessel. A spherical chamber 100 meters across, its walls the same living obsidian. But here, the golden chains were not faint. They were brilliant, tangible rivers of molten light that crisscrossed the space, anchored to the walls, all converging on the center. Where they met, they did not bind a monstrous shape. They bound a heart. A colossal, beating heart of shadow and condensed night, suspended in the center of the chamber. It was 20 feet tall, veined with gold, pulsing with that same world-shaking rhythm. Lub-dub. With each contraction, light flowed through the golden chains into the walls, into the mountain. With each expansion, darkness welled up from its depths. This was the entity, not a creature. An organ, the primal organ of consumption, the source of the shadow moon power, my power. And I understood the final, terrible truth. The preservation hex wasn't just to hide me. It was a bypass, a shunt. It took the infinitesimal fraction of this heart's power that was my birthright and filtered it, metabolized it, made it survivable for a human-shaped soul. The chain shard was a more direct tap. To assume the mantle meant to walk up to that beating heart, to let those golden chains, the bindings, anchor into me instead of the chamber walls. To become the regulator, the keeper. To let my consciousness merge with the hunger itself. To become, for all intents and purposes, a god, or to be utterly erased by one. Welcome home, daughter of Lysander, blood of the keeper. The choice is now. The voice came from the heart itself. The chains trembled, offering. A single, slender chain of light detached from the wall and drifted toward me, its end sharp, seeking, like a needle searching for a vein. All I had to do was let it touch the chain shard. To complete the circuit my father had broken. I could seal it, I could walk away. But the entity was right, the hunger would fester. It would break free and it would find me, and everything around me would be consumed in the process. Or I could take it, control it, wield the forge. I thought of Nicholas's face, fierce with protective fury. I thought of the warriors who had, however reluctantly, fought for me. I thought of every faith and every Jaxon in the world. The golden needle hovered an inch from my chest. I made my choice. I reached out not with my hand, but with the power inside me, the hex, the shard, the stolen witch fire, all of it. I didn't let the needle touch me. I grabbed the chain, and I pulled. The heart shuddered. A shock wave of power blasted through the chamber. The needle wasn't connecting to me. I was using my power as a wrench, a lever. I wasn't accepting the mantle. I was trying to steal the fire from the forge. The entity's voice roared, not in anger, but in sheer, overwhelming surprise. "What are you doing?" I'm not a keeper, I gritted out, my whole being straining against the colossal power, my feet sliding on the smooth floor. I'm a thief. You gave me the tools, you showed me how to consume. So that's what I'm doing. I'm taking what I need. Not all of it, just enough. I focused on the vision Nicholas had given me. Not a wildfire, a forge. I didn't want to become the heart. I wanted a spark of it, a ember I could carry. To be a Luna with teeth, not a goddess in a cage. The golden chain resisted, thrumming with impossible energy. The heart beat faster, agitated. Lubdub, lubdub, lubdub. I pulled harder, siphoning through the chain shard, not letting the power assimilate me, but forcing it through the filter of my will, my intent. It was agony. It was like trying to drink the ocean. But I felt something give. A single drop of condensed, liquid shadow, veined with gold, peeled away from the colossal heart. It traveled down the chain I held, toward my outstretched, trembling hand. It was a fragment, a seed. The entity's roar shifted. The surprise melted into something else, something that might have been respect. Not a keeper, a queen. You do not assume the throne, you build your own. The drop of liquid shadow reached my fingertips, and the world above us exploded. The shockwave wasn't metaphysical. It was physical, violent, and deafening. The chamber rocked. Cracks spider-webbed across the obsidian walls. The golden chains flared blindingly bright. An alarm not of the heart but of the mountain, of the stronghold, the failsafe. The council's observer had triggered it. The chain shard in my chest erupted in white-hot, annihilating pain. The destruction sequence. It wasn't just targeting the shard. It was targeting my connection to the heart, using the shard as a fuse. The entity's voice became a scream of pure, outraged betrayal, not at me, but at the world above. They would unmake the lock and release the flood. The drop of liquid shadow, inches from my skin, trembled. The chain I held began to disintegrate, eaten by the silver-bright fire of the failsafe now racing down the link from the world above, toward the heart itself. Toward me, I had seconds. The observer was doing exactly what the council decreed, neutralizing the existential threat, by burning out the key and setting the wildfire free. The failsafe detonated inside me. It was not an explosion of fire, but of severance. A silent, silver-white light erupted from the chain shard embedded in my soul, a scalpel of pure negation racing down the tether that connected me to the heart of hunger. It was designed to cut, to erase, to reduce the terrifying key back to a harmless, mortal lock. What happened next changed everything. The heart did not resist the cutting light. It consumed it. The silver negation hit the vast, beating core of shadow and was swallowed whole, a drop of solvent vanishing into an ocean of acid. But the intent, the command to sever, remained. And the heart, an organ that knew only one function, obeyed. Crack. The sound was not in the air, but in the world's foundation. The golden chains of light binding the heart shattered. Not because they were broken, but because the connection they were safeguarding, my connection, was being annihilated on command. The failsafe wasn't destroying my power. It was executing the prison's final failsafe, total release. The beating stopped. For one eternal second, there was perfect, hungry silence. Then the heart unfurled. It was not a beast rising. It was a law of physics reversing. The cavern walls of living obsidian dissolved into rushing shadow, not outward, but inward, pouring into the now unbound core. The mountain around us groaned, a deep tectonic agony. The entity's voice, now a choir of a billion whispering voids, filled the chamber, my mind, the universe. The chains are broken. The keeper is broken. The hunger is unbound. Nicholas's roar was swallowed by the rising dark. He clung to me, his arms a band of iron, but we were not standing on stone anymore. We were adrift in a vortex of coalescing anti-light. I felt the observer's distant shock, then his sudden, screaming terror as the force he'd triggered reached back along his own spiritual link and tasted him. "Daisy!" Nicholas shouted, his voice raw against the psychic storm. "The shard! Can you feel it?" I could. The chain shard was a white-hot brand of dying magic, still trying to erase. But its target was gone, sublimated into the unfolding hunger. I focused, not on resisting it, but on redirecting its dying purpose. I had stolen a seed of the heart's power. I used it now, not as a shield, but as a filter. "I'm changing the address," I gasped, the words ripped from my throat. I took the failsafe's erasure command, and with the stolen shadow essence as a conduit, I turned it away from my own soul and wrapped it around the seed. I encapsulated the fragment of hunger I'd taken in a shell of the very magic meant to destroy me. The silver light constricted, then solidified, forming a crystalline lattice around the pulsing shadow seed within my core. A prison for a piece of the prison. A control. The violent unraveling around us stuttered. The inward rush of shadow slowed, then stopped, the formless hunger hovering in a state of chaotic potential. "You preserve a fragment. You cage the appetite you stole." The entity's voice was everywhere, curious, vast. "You refuse the mantle, yet you claim the tool. What are you?" "I am the lock and the key," I said, my voice trembling but clear in the sudden quiet. "And I am making a choice." I looked at Nicholas, his face etched with fear not for himself, but for me, for his pack, for the world. I saw the faith there, unwavering. He had called me his Luna, not a goddess, not a keeper, a partner. I turned my will inward to the encapsulated seed. I did not command the unbound hunger outside. I spoke to the peace I owned. "We are not consumption without purpose," I told it. "We are protection. We are vengeance. We are the shadow cast by our own will. This is my shape. Take it." I poured every memory, every feeling into the seed. Nicholas's claim in the clearing, the sting of Seleni's betrayal, the healing of the wounded warrior, the righteous fury for faith's cruelty, the defiant joy of stealing power from a god. I gave it not just hunger but desire. A specific, focused appetite. The seed understood. In the chamber, the formless hunger shuddered. It began to move again, but not with mindless expansion. It flowed toward me, a river of night seeking its source. But as it met the aura of my shaped will, it did not absorb me. It mirrored me. The shadow condensed, sculpting itself not into a monster, but into a vast, spectral echo of a she-wolf. My she-wolf, but magnified to monumental scale, woven from consuming darkness and silver intent. It stood protectively over Nicholas and me, its head lowered, eyes of cold starfire fixed on the dissolving ceiling. "Interesting." The entity's voice held a note of colossal, alien amusement. "You give the hunger a pack, a territory, a Luna. You make IT social. This is a new thing." "It's not yours anymore," I said, exhaustion and exhilaration warring in my veins. "This part is mine. The rest of you are free, but freedom has consequences." The unbound portion of the heart, the majority of its vast, terrifying self, rippled. It was no longer chained, but it was confronted with a reflection of itself that had chosen a form, a purpose, a rival. "Freedom is hunger. Hunger will seek to feed. This mountain, this world, is a meal." "Then go find another table," Nicholas growled, stepping forward, his alpha aura flaring defiantly against the cosmic dark. "You are not welcome at this one." The entity considered us, the shaped shadow wolf, the defiant alpha. The mountain trembled with its indecision, a god weighing its options. "The Keeper Air offers a compact, not control, coexistence. The primal appetite has never been offered a compact." The whispers coalesced into a final, reverberating thought. I will seek a more accommodating host. This realm has other doors, with a sound like a universe sighing, the unbound hunger. The main entity contracted. It didn't explode outward, but tore a seam in the fabric of reality itself, a rift of pure void in the heart of the chamber, and poured itself through, vanishing from our world. The rift snapped shut, leaving behind only a scar of absolute cold and silence. The shaped shadow wolf, my wolf, let out a silent howl that resonated through the remaining shadow in the chamber. Then it, too, dissolved, flowing back into me, into the encapsulated seed, a loyal power now resting within its crystalline prison. The sudden quiet was deafening, dust settled. The obsidian of the chamber was dull, inert stone again. The golden chains were gone. The heart was gone. We stood in a broken, empty vault. Nicholas's arms tightened around me. "Daisy, it's over," I whispered, leaning into him. The failsafe, it backfired. It set the hunger free, but I kept a peace. I think I just negotiated a truce with a god. A harsh, ragged sound echoed from the chamber entrance. Eric stood there, Lyra and Kieran behind him, their faces pale with awe and terror. The observer was on his knees beside them, clutching his head, blood trickling from his nose, his binding magic scorched by the feedback. "The council's decree," the observer rasped, his eyes wide. "The failsafe, it was triggered, I felt it. What did you do?" "She saved your miserable life," Nicholas snarled, his gaze promising violence. "Your failsafe nearly unmade the world. Your authority here is forfeit." Lyra, ever the strategist, was already assessing. "The entity, the primary mass, is gone. The seismic activity has ceased, but the structural damage to the mountain is extensive." Her eyes found mine, a new, profound respect in their depths. "You contain the—" Kieran, the elder, simply stared at the empty space where the heart had been. He then looked at me, his skepticism finally shattered into something like reverence. "The Shadow Moon Heir did not unleash the darkness. She bargained with it. She sent it away." He slowly went to one knee. "My Luna." One by one, the warriors who had gathered behind them followed suit. Even the observer, trembling, bowed his head. Nicholas helped me stand. My legs felt like water, but the power inside me, the sealed seed, hummed with a steady, obedient potential. It was hungry, but it was my hunger now. "The threat is not over," I said, my voice carrying in the quiet. "Jaxon is gone, Faith is dead, but the council saw me as a weapon. They will have felt the failsafe trigger. They will come." "Let them," Nicholas said, his voice a vow. He turned to the gathered pack. "The council's decree is void. Their failsafe is spent. Daisy is my Luna, not by their leave, but by my claim and her own power. The Blood Moon pack is leaderless and broken. The war is won." He looked at the observer. "You will return to your council. You will tell them what happened here. You will tell them that the Night Fang pack and its Luna answer to no one." The days that followed were a blur of repair and redefinition. The mountain's stronghold bore deep scars, but it stood. The breach point was sealed with mundane rock and steel, the shadow gone. The pack's fear of me had transformed into something more complex, a wary awe, a grateful terror. I was no longer the cursed girl or the necromancer. I was the Luna who had faced the heart and dictated terms. My power was now a known, controlled quantity. The encapsulated seed responded to my will. I could summon tendrils of living shadow, not to consume indiscriminately, but to shield, to bind, to heal by absorbing injury. I practiced in private, with Nicholas as my steadfast anchor, learning the contours of my stolen, shaped divinity. The council, as predicted, came, but not with armies. A single diplomatic envoy arrived at the central landing spire, led by the copper-skinned Alpha who had proposed the failsafe. Thuron, the presiding Alpha, was notably absent. The meeting was held in the grand hall. Nicholas sat on his obsidian throne, and for the first time, I sat beside him in a throne of my own, forged from the same dark stone. I wore the Luna's circlet, and within me the shadow seed lay quiet, a hidden promise. The copper-skinned Alpha, introduced as heiress, bowed. The council felt the disruption. The observer's report was illuminating. The entity is gone. Gone from this mountain, Nicholas confirmed, his tone leaving no room for debate. Thanks to the Luna you sought to destroy. Eris's gaze settled on me. It was assessing, but not hostile. The failsafe was a mistake, a catastrophic miscalculation born of fear. The council acknowledges this. Thuron has stepped down. A new presiding Alpha will be chosen. He paused. Your actions prevented an apocalypse. The Shadow Moon dynasty remains extinct. You are not your father, Lysander. You are something new. The council recognizes the Lunar of the... It was not an apology. It was a political reality. They feared what I might become, but they respected what I had done. More importantly, they feared the bond they now saw between Nicholas and me, and the loyal, powerful pack that stood united behind us. Our sovereignty is not yours to recognize, I said, my voice calm. It is ours to declare, but we seek no war with the council. We seek to protect our own. That includes ensuring no one like Jaxon or like my stepmother ever threatens our borders again. Eris nodded. A reasonable stance. The Blood Moon territories are in chaos. The council will oversee their dissolution. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. The negotiation continued, but the outcome was clear. The Nightfang Pack's power was now unquestioned, its independence secured. We were not just the strongest pack on the continent. We were the pack that had housed a god and lived to tell the tale. Later, under the cold, clear light of the moon, Nicholas and I stood on the repaired western rampart. The forest below was peaceful, the scars of battle already healing. It's over, I said, the words feeling true this time. No, Nicholas said, taking my hand. His touch was warm, solid, real. It's just beginning. He turned me to face him. For so long, you were defined by what was done to you, the hex, the scars, the sail. Then by what you were born to be, the heir, the key. He cupped my face, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw. Now, Daisy, who are you going to choose to be? I looked into his eyes, the eyes of the Alpha King who had seen my scars and claimed me anyway, who had stood beside me against his own counsel, against a god. I felt the shadow seed within me, a power that was once a curse, now a tool I had forged in the fire of my own will. I felt the circlet on my brow, a symbol of a bond that was both political and profoundly, deeply personal. I leaned into his touch. I choose to be your Luna, I said. I choose to be the protector of this pack. I choose to be the woman who steals power from gods and uses it to build a home. A smile, genuine and free of pain, touched my lips for the first time I could remember. And I choose to be yours. His kiss was not a claim of ownership, but a seal of partnership. It was a promise under the moon, witnessed by the ancient pines and the silent stars. Below us, in the stronghold, life went on. The sounds of rebuilding, of conversation, of a pack thriving, rose on the night air. The shadows cast by the torches were just shadows. The hunger in the air was just the wind. My scars were no longer a secret. They were a map of where I had been. My power was no longer a curse. It was my own. And I was finally completely free. The end.